the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. And from there, we'll go to the approval of agenda. Tonight, we have one agenda item, and I'll look for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve the agenda by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, second by Council Member Anthony Fan. All in favor, approval of agenda.
Aye.
Virtual roll call.
Oh.
Council Member Fan.
Aye.
Council Member Montana.
Aye.
Council Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. And the motion is carried. The agenda is approved. Very well. And now we'll go to the announcement of conflict of interest, and I will look to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I'd ask the question now of the mayor and council to whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan.
I have no conflict of interest.
Councilmember Montano.
No.
Councilmember Dominguez.
I don't have any conflict of interest, but in the spirit of transparency, I do want to share that in my campaign for 2018, you will find 4 contributions of $250 from members who are in the industry.
Thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. Vice Mayor Nunez.
No.
And Mayor Tran.
No.
Let the record reflect none other than the notation, I think, by Councilmember Dominguez on campaign contributions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Duly noted. Duly noted. We will go now to the public forum, and folks in the community do know the drill. But for anybody that is watching for the first time, members of the public are invited to address us here on the City Council on any item on this special meeting agenda. During this public forum, those interested may submit comments in writing via email and may list their name and city of residence, please, for our clerk, Mary Lavelle's record. Comments will be read aloud by the city clerk with remarks limited to 1 minute or less tonight. Thank you very much for your understanding on this late Friday afternoon in Milpitas. So I'll go to City Clerk Mary. Anything for the public forum?
Good afternoon again, Mayor. There are many hundreds of comments arriving in the comment box right now. They do appear all to be related to item number 1. So I'd like to know if you want me to wait to read those until after the staff report on item 1.
Yes, anything that is related or even remotely related to item 1, I would love to really give that attention during the discussion for that item, which is number 1 tonight.
Okay.
Is there a, can I ask a question? I have a.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Is there a time limit for the interest of time? Or is it going to be your standard 3-minute?
Mayor Tran, can our city clerk just note how many she thinks generally that we have so far? And then if you guys want to.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna go 1 minute tonight at my discretion. 1 minute for not just the public forum, but also the public comment for agenda item 1 as well. So it's
Thank you,
gonna be
Mayor.
1 minute. Yeah, appreciate you. Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely. Okay, yeah. So respectfully, back to Mary. If anything related to agenda item 1, please reserve those comments for that agenda item. If there's something kind of unrelated to the agenda item, I would hope to hear those during the public forum if there are.
Mayor, I've done my best to try to preview a few of the emails. And as I mentioned a moment ago, the majority that I can possibly see are related to number 1. It's possible one may get through that is for public forum, not number 1. But unfortunately, I can't read 300 emails that rapidly. So I'll do my very best. But I don't see any so far that are for public forum only, unrelated to number 1.
Mayor Tran, we can always revisit public forum if our city clerk does find some other emails that are not related to item 1.
Okay, great, fantastic. We'll do our best. I have great faith. And before we begin the public forum, I see a virtual hand up. I want to give attention to, Councilmember Fan?
Yeah, no matter what happens tonight and how we vote tonight, our differences and whatnot, can we all agree tonight, though, that Mary is the MVP, is going to be the MVP of the night?
Oh, she's always the MVP.
She's always the MVP.
But we have multiple MVPs, so they're just not on the council. None of us are eligible.
That's so long as it's as long as my voice holds out, along with our deputy clerk Pam, that'll be helping me this evening. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, we'll carry on here with the public forum.
Yeah, Mayor, I think you're free to move on to item 1, and we'll take all public comment.
Oh, there's nothing? Okay,
Staff
nothing
report.
general at this point.
okay, good. You're right. So very well. Okay, great. And we'll move on to agenda item number 1. Let's receive a report and provide direction on next steps regarding potential revenue tax measures to be placed on the ballot for November the 3rd of this year, 2020, a general election. With that being said, we will go to our Assistant City Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. If I can just ask for the presentation to be pulled up so we can get started. Thank you. Yeah, if we could go to the next slide, please. So this is the agenda for our presentation, and Walter Rossman, our Finance Director, will be teaming up with me on this presentation. So we'll start out with a little bit of background, and then Walter will talk about the financial forecast. You heard that more in detail on the past Tuesday, but he'll be tying some of what you heard there to our tax measure discussion. We'll be talking about 2 different tax measures. So we'll talk about the steps and considerations for any tax measure. And then Walter will be covering the sales tax measure, and I'll be covering the cannabis measures. And then we'll move into council discussion. Next slide, please. So I'd just like to take a few minutes to provide some background on the 2 tax measures before you today. So in 2016, council actually considered a half-cent sales tax measure, but did not place it on the ballot. The polling that was done for it showed more than a majority support for the measure. On August 7 of 2018, council considered a cannabis sales tax measure, but again decided not to place it on the November 2018 ballot, but they did proceed with the TOT tax measure for the November 2018 ballot, which did pass. However, then between August and November, the City Council discussed land use for cannabis. And on December 19th, an ordinance banning cannabis activities was introduced and adopted on January 15, 2019. So currently, council has prohibited all medical and adult use commercial cannabis activities in the city, including delivery. So earlier on this year, on April 14th, at the CIP study session, staff presented potential tax measures to fund infrastructure and also discuss considerations for a successful measure. Subsequently, on April 21st, the City Council, by consensus, directed staff to bring forward an analysis and timeline for a potential sales tax measure and also a cannabis sales tax measure. This item was agendized for the council meeting on May 5th, but we did not discuss it then, and are bringing you the same presentation today. So I'll hand it off to Walter. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Shwini. So I will take you back to just Tuesday this week when we discussed the financial forecast and the 2021 proposed budget. And as I mentioned during the discussion, we are looking currently, given the information which we have, at a shortfall of 2 to 3 years of about $10 million, which we are proposing to resolve through reserves. As you can see, in 2020, 23-24, we are looking fortunately at a surplus for our general fund budget. Next slide, please. But what I also discussed is what happens if the current recession we're experiencing goes deeper, and daily we hear more worse economic news. Even today, we're looking now at the potential unemployment rate on a national level of about 20% I just read this morning. So if indeed this impacts us worse, and maybe an additional $5 million is not even sufficient anymore, if we just look a little deeper and we have an ongoing revenue shortfall of $5 million, then we are looking at a forecast where our expenditures consistently outpace our revenues. One of I mentioned several reasons for this ongoing shortfall. It could be change in travel behavior. It could be a decline in our real estate market, or it could be less sales activity, which all of them affect our tax revenue streams. So one of the proposals to address the budget shortfall, and we actually had a combination of proposals or strategies, was, next slide please, was the one potential strategy such as general sales tax measure. We also discussed reducing services, which means cutting positions or limiting positions. And we discussed also working with our bargaining units to reduce salary and benefits expenditures. Next slide, please. So now taking you back to April 14th, I talked about what are the steps for a tax measure. And I give you some time frame there, and I talked about the best case scenario. Well, first of all, we need to always discuss what's the scope and what's the polling for this tax measure. What's the likelihood of voters to support a tax measure for infrastructure at the time? That's the focus of the discussion. Or there's several options of tax measures we need to poll for. So if you're coming up with the scope of an infrastructure measure that we would have to look at the time, I said there's a more general discussion on all kinds of infrastructure needs which we have. We have millions of infrastructure needs, hundreds of millions, and Steve Erickson at the time actually discussed this in more detail. Then we talked about polling and presentation of results. Usually we have 2 rounds of polling, maybe focus groups, which we have to do just to see how likely the voters are to accept a sales tax measure, which taxes them either through a parcel tax, which is usually a 2/3 approval requirement, which is like a special purpose tax for infrastructure, or what it could be a more generic, general purpose sales tax measure. We definitely know one thing, there's a deadline. The deadline is August 7th, 2020, when we have to submit any tax measure language to the counter voter registrar for inclusion into the November ballot of this calendar year. And during the time frame, when we submit the tax measure, before the ballot happens, before the voters start to vote on the potential tax measure, we have 2-3 months of time in order to do a public outreach campaign, and the legal restrictions what we can do in order to achieve that. Next slide, please. So I talked about what are successful tax measure considerations, and its economic conditions. Are voters willing to tax themselves, given what situations they find themselves in? Do we have a very well-scoped tax measure? Usually that happens through the extensive community outreach, whether it's through polling or through focus groups. And then do we have actually people who will support it? Do we have people in the community going to go door to door and convince their fellow residents and voters to support a tax measure? And all this comes together with the refinement of the polling language. And again, the time frame is about 9 to 15 months. Now, we don't have the time today, so we'll talk a little bit how this may still be working out. Next slide, please. Let's focus on the sales tax measure. That's what Sharita talked about. She's going to talk about cannabis sales tax measure, and I will talk about sales tax measure in general. So given the current estimate for revenue in the general fund for next fiscal year, a 1/4-cent sales tax measure is about to generate $7 million. One thing we need to recognize, and I talked about this on Tuesday as well, sales tax is an economically sensitive revenue source, so we may not achieve always the fully budgeted amount, and we need to make sure that any kind of infrastructure measure, we do not assume the maximum amount available potentially. So what I have here on this table is comparing for you if it's a general purpose measure or it's a specific purpose measure. General purpose measure can be used to preserve essential services and fund public safety infrastructure. A specific purpose measure would be specifically going to the voters for the purpose of funding public safety infrastructure. With specific purpose measure, that changes several things. First of all, the voter approval. Voter approval is 50% plus one for a general purpose measure. However, per state law, it changes to 2/3 voter approval requirement, which is 66.67%. There's a minimum period typically when sales tax measures are put on the ballot. For general purpose measure, what you see often it's less than 10 years. But somehow for folks, for voters, it may mean something that they're not getting taxed more than a decade. So oftentimes what it is done is 7 to 8 years, and when it gets for renewal of the measure, then it becomes indefinite without a sunset clause. For a specific purpose measure for infrastructure, you have to ask for 30 years. But that's the typical period to use the new revenue stream to issue debt, and that's the period of paying off that debt. As a potential budget strategy, which I just mentioned before, in case our recession gets worse, our revenues get impacted by the recession, we could use a general purpose tax measure, $5 to $7 million. I'm very conservative with $5 million, but I think it's important to lay that out. But if we use a specific purpose measure, then indeed we cannot use those new revenues as a budget strategy. Now, even if it's a general purpose measure, it does not mean we could not fund public safety infrastructure. We could initially use it for funding our essential services, and then transition through council policy and through annual budget discussions, more and more of this new revenue stream towards infrastructure. But it would be most likely up to $115 million, which you could secure through a debt issuance. And I discussed on April 14th how it come about with this $150 million. That assumes that $6.5 million annually of the new revenue stream will be used towards paying off debt over 30 years with the interest rate of about 3.7%. We will work with our consultant and find out what had in the March 2020 election, what was the success rate of a general tax measure. The success rate at the time was of all measures which were issued was 68%. Of a specific purpose measure, the success rate is lower. Next slide, please.
Question?
Sure.
So going back to the previous slide. On the asterisk, you got double asterisk, assume 6.5 million in annual debt service for over 30 years with an interest rate of 3.71. That's not for the general purpose, that's only for the specific purpose?
That's only for specific purpose, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
Now, if the council chooses to go with a general purpose measure, which to preserve essential services and infrastructure and dedicate the majority of this new revenue stream towards debt service, this also applies at this, and then issues to that, the same conditions apply.
Okay, so if we go with the general purpose measure, that rate, the interest rate is 3.71%?
That's an assumption from late February.
The annual debt, I mean.
Yeah, that's correct. So the same thing would apply if the majority of funds on the general purpose measure were to be used for issuing debt. The same assumptions would apply in this case. That's correct.
Okay.
So,
is there any way, with the way the economy is and all the stock market, is there any chance of it going down below 3.7%? Is there a floater in there somewhere?
It has gone down. The rates have gone down slightly. But the municipal bond market is still not necessarily in a very robust condition. Given the economy, you see sometimes rates going up, the rates going down, but then generally they have trended downwards since February. But it's still fluctuating. Depends on the day you go to the market, it could definitely change. So this is a more conservative assumption, yes. If the interest rate is lower, you could issue more debt.
Okay, so it could still go down lower though than 3.7.
It could. That's correct. It could. Yes.
So okay, so when we decide, then that's when that rate gets locked in, and if it gets locked in, and if it goes lower, can we still go lower?
That is correct. So if let's say the voters approve the tax measure in November, the council then makes a decision in December or soon thereafter to issue debt. At that time, we'll see what the bond market does. But it's a year out or so, or maybe 8-9 months out. and I can't really obviously foresee what the interest rates are going to be at the time. But since February, in general, they have trended downwards. That's all I know, but have fluctuated quite a bit.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very
Sure.
much, Councilmember Montano. Carry on, Mr. Rossman.
So what is the potential next step? So I do have to say, going through a polling for a sales tax measure, whether it's general or specific purpose, is going to be very tight. And we most likely have to ask you for a special council meeting in June to get the information back to you. So next week, if you give us the go-ahead today, we'll contact with a polling consultant. We'll do this in 2 or 3 days, and we have to pretty much get polling questions finalized late next week. Want to make sure that we can present them to you via email for your input, and then we actually conduct the polling on June 2nd or June 9th. We present it to you most likely not at the June 14th council meeting, but afterwards with a special council meeting. And once we have the information ready for you with the actual polling language, you will be presented with that language on August 4th. And then we'll have to take the item and present it to the register of voters and put it on the ballot by August 7th. And as I mentioned before, outreach would happen September and October of this calendar year to present information to the potential voters, describing them what this is for, and it's purely informational. Now, what's the cost of making this happen? The polling consultant, we estimate at $40,000. A ballot measure to put on the ballot for November is about $30,000. And there's the informational outreach we'd like to do, which we estimate right now to around $20,000. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Walter. So I'll take the next few slides. So in order for us to move forward with the potential cannabis sales tax measure, the current restrictions that we have in place, the moratorium, will need to be lifted either through council action or through voter approval. If it is determined by council that voters would decide this, it will require 2 separate measures. The first one to allow cannabis establishments, and then a second one to actually be able to tax those. And a general cannabis tax measure, so again, if it goes to all kinds of services and it's not for a specific purpose, would, similar to the sales tax, require 50% plus 1 voter approval. And depending on, we had a brief discussion with our consultant that we've used previously, and assuming up to 6 retail establishments with a 4 to 6% tax rate, the measure could generate anywhere between $240,000 to $1.26 million. Now, estimated costs for these 2 measures would be about $150,000, and that includes a consultant for polling, a consultant for us to look at the regulatory framework and kind of retail environment as well for cannabis. And then because it will be 2 measures, it will be $60,000 for 2 ballot measures as well as other miscellaneous costs. Next slide, please.
Wait, hold on. Can I jump in?
Sure.
Thank you. Can you go back to the previous slide? Yes. So under the first bullet, requires 2 separate measures. Ashwini, can you clarify on that? You know, the last time we discussed a cannabis tax, you know, I was under the impression that the ordinance, the land use ordinance and whatnot, that can simply be decided after the fact, after a tax measure is approved or not, and it does not actually require a tax in the first place.
Yes, certainly. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Fan. So I think there's a few different ways this can be done. And what we were basically laying out here is right now, since there's nothing allowed, we would need some action to allow cannabis establishments or use within the city, because right now even delivery isn't allowed.
I understand that, but I believe that the last time when we structured the language and whatnot, or had the preliminary conversations, that we can phrase it as, should the city ever lift the moratorium and have a land use ordinance that allows, that permits for these different uses, that this tax measure would kick in. So that's included in the ballot language. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, that's correct. But that would mean that the council would then be making the land use decisions. And so we were just laying out
Correct.
2 scenarios. Council could make the land use decision. So the first bullet says either through council action or through voters. And if the council decided that they didn't want to make that decision and wanted the voters to also vote on what should be allowed, then that would require 2 separate tax measures.
Okay.
I mean, 2 separate measures.
I understand, but the measures, they don't have to be on the same ballot either. Is that correct?
Possibly. Yes.
So in other words, this general election, say voters pass the cannabis tax, and at a future election, if we were to do it that route, that voters would be able to decide that second part at a separate, during a separate election.
Yes, I mean, that would
applicable?
that would be totally feasible, but I think because we've been discussing these revenue measures, in context of sort of generating revenue, if we didn't allow establishments, I mean, we would put the tax, and if the tax passed, there'd be nothing we could tax.
Right, but if the tax passes, then the council could just lift it on our own.
Yes, certainly.
Okay, so I just wanted to, make that distinction there for my colleagues to understand.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. It's always great to make a distinction. I do want to connect with our Assistant City Manager Ashwini. I have a question.
Yes.
Let's say we had a blank page in regards to cannabis. Just looking at that first bullet on this slide, is it even possible, and this is just a broad question, is it even possible to have something on the ballot? I can't even call it a measure. I don't even know what to call it. I'll call it a measure, where it simply said to Milpitas American voters, do you want cannabis businesses to operate within city limits? Is that something even possible? If this was just a blank page and that was the only thing on the page, it's kind of a question that just came to mind. Is that even possible? Rather than, and I know we'll get to the sales tax soon, but rather than a cannabis sales tax measure, is it even possible to have a measure on the ballot just asking the question? I mean, is there legality with it? Maybe Chris is listening too, but Ashwini?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So you're saying on the November ballot, could we have a question that simply asks the voters, do you want to have cannabis establishments allowed in the city or not? And not get into types of or anything like that, and not get into a tax question, but just simply whether they want to have cannabis in the city or not. And we can certainly have that on the ballot as well.
That's possible, huh? Interesting.
Yes, I mean, Chris, do you have any? We normally don't have such short ballot measure language things on the ballot, but we could. And Chris, do you have any additional feedback on that?
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini. No, Ashwini is correct. Yes, you could always do a test question on the ballot. There's going to be a cost associated with it. And it wouldn't have really any effect other than to give you guys some information of what the voters.
It wouldn't need a poll, would it? I mean, it's a test question, right? I mean, I don't know what the process is for that type of question. I know for, the measures JKL, I believe for the hills, protect the hills, thank you, Maria Lemery, for watching out there. But they didn't do a poll for that measure, did they?
No, when we took the first hillside measures may have had a poll, but when we took it for an extension, 2016, we did not do a poll.
Yeah, so it saves money. I think for me, we'll get into the discussion later, but thank you for answering my question. We'll take virtual hands from the dais here before we go back to staff to conclude the presentation. There are further slides, Ashwini?
Just a couple more, yes.
Okay, so I do want to connect with my council members here. I see we're revving up with the discussion, but we'll go to the virtual hands, and then we should respect for the presenter to finish the presentation before we really dive into the discussion. I appreciate it. Next up here, I see Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you so much for this presentation, Ashwini. I just want clarification, just so I could understand. I like what the mayor said in terms of the test question in the poll, but I guess for my question is, if we had that test question, in order to create or generate revenue, which would be the sales tax, we would have to put the sales tax question on a ballot, correct?
On a future ballot, yes.
Right.
If you didn't want to put it in, yes.
Right. So let's say that we did the poll question in one, then we wouldn't be able to generate any revenue on sales tax until that got to the voters, correct?
That's correct. And when we were discussing cannabis in 2018, when the council made a decision not to move forward with the sales tax, the other route was going to be to look at cannabis establishments and then to recover costs of having those in the city, but no tax. So we were looking at a cost recovery model at that point, but it wasn't going to generate the sales tax revenue.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further virtual hands. I know the cannabis discussion largely took place before this council was set in place, and there's some really review to occur, and I appreciate my council members that are relatively newer or more recent joining, some coming back from legendary runs in public service, but yeah, there's going to be information that a lot of information and meetings and discussions that took place prior to the recent council members' arrival. So we are fully considering all. So I see Councilmember Fan. I see your virtual hand. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I just something to think about. If the purpose of that question to the voters, do you want to allow cannabis uses, permit different uses and whatnot? If the purpose of that is just to test public opinion, I think we might be better served with our resources to just do a poll, because since if that question was not binding to any policy, a poll would serve the same purpose. So just something to think about.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Food for thought. I appreciate that. And we'll go back to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini. Please carry on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So on this slide, what we did was just kind of for council consideration, just included things that we may have to have decisions on. Now, again, as Councilmember Fan said, there is always the option that many of these can be decided by the council at a policy level rather than by the voters. But these were some of the things, if you did want to take that decision about allowing cannabis in the city and what type of uses, and you wanted to put that on the ballot, then these are kind of some of the things we would have to have some discussion about, like the types of use, the location and number of establishments, buffer zones, and if we wanted to include that in the polling to really get a sense of what we would want to place on the ballot. We would also need an analysis of the current regulatory framework. It is different from 2 years ago. It has been evolving. And also the current regional retail environment, because at that time, not many cities had cannabis establishments allowed. And so we would need to take a look at kind of what the revenues have turned out to be compared to what was projected. And just given the current state of emergency, it would be very difficult for staff to do this additional analysis, even with the use of the cannabis consultant. So we were recommending that council consider deferring discussion of these two measures for a future ballot, unless council determines that we could just take all of the work that was done in 2018 and just proceed with those assumptions without any additional analysis or outreach. Next slide, please. And so this is our recommendation to receive the report on both tax measures. And then we are looking forward to get direction from you on the next steps regarding both well, one, two, or three tax measures, I guess, to be placed on the ballot for the November 3rd, 2020 general election. Thank you. And we are ready to take questions.
And Mayor Tran, just a recommendation for the council. Definitely feel free as the council to ask clarifying questions of staff at this point. And although this is not legally required, I would just want the council to hold any opinions until you hear from the public, and we can bring it back to you for discussion. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chris. So yeah, I do see some virtual raised hands. I think I never use mine. Let me see how. Put mine up too. Oh, there we go. I never use mine, but there it is. I do want to kindly ask that we go to public comment now. Just do our service to our community. You know, my last name's really Transparency, but they cut it short. But yeah, Mayor Transparency here, and definitely let's go to all the public comments and then accomplish that first, if that's okay. Hey, Mary.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I hope you'll have your patience hat on, and I will do the same. There's a very, very large volume of incoming comments. I'm going to share this task with Deputy City Clerk Pam. So when I get to a natural break in 10 or 15 comments, I will turn and ask Pam to read. Pam, are you online and will you be ready to do that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. All right, I will start. First comment from Yin Cheng, 1619 Conway Street. My name is Yin Cheng. Please don't waste $240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, healthy kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political game. Thank you. Next, from George Phi, 181 Metropolitan Drive. My name is George Phi. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Cannabis ingested in any form causes numerous adverse impacts to the body and brain. In young people particularly, it can cause permanent brain damage and loss of IQ by up to 8 points. It elevates the risk of psychosis 5 times and suicide 7 times. It is a major cause of mental illness. In some individuals, it causes psychotic breaks leading to violent acts of violence and mass murders. 1 in 6 adolescents and 1 in 10 adults will become addicted. People who are mentally ill or addicted can't work effectively, if at all, so they have to turn to crime and public service for support. The throngs of homeless people throughout our great state and reflect the outcome of drug use and addiction, which almost always starts with marijuana. Next, Grace Ho, 755 East Capitol Ave, number 106. My name is Grace Ho. I urge you to vote no against any measure to proliferate the use of marijuana for tax income. As with any business, one must look at costs in addition to income. In the case of this dangerous drug, the human, environmental, and economic costs vastly exceed any economic benefit. Next, Frank Biao Sun, firmly against marijuana entertainment. Next, Trudy Huo, 3351 Streamside Circle, Pleasanton. Please, no recreational marijuana in Milpitas. I was a resident of Milpitas for 35 years. Next, Jennifer Strophus, 211 Heath Street, Milpitas. Letter to all Milpitas City Council members. Please vote no on cannabis tax ballot. Dear City Council members, thanks for your vote on banning cannabis commercialization in Milpitas in 2018. Please vote no on cannabis tax ballot. Voting no doesn't mean you are against the democratic process, but honor the democratic process in your own vote. Since you are our representative, your votes are representing your constituents. Thanks for your service, Jennifer Strophus, Milpitas longtime resident. Next, Stephen Mock, Trenton Loop, Milpitas. Just about a year ago, the city went through several long meetings on a proposal to sale, distribute, and manufacture marijuana. Almost all those attending the meetings were against the proposal because of the well-being of our future generations and potential crimes. The proposal was soundly defeated and marijuana was permanently banned in Milpitas. We are surprised this subject came up again so soon. The council persons who initiated or supported the new agenda are clearly not representing the best interests of those residents of the city. Regardless of the outcome, their actions will be remembered in future elections. Next, from Psych Hong Eo, 3644 Bloomsbury Way, San Jose. Hi, as a resident of a nearby city, North San Jose, I'd like to oppose this, and secondly question, why are we going this again and again? The general public has expressed their concern and preference about the matter, which is no, thank you. Thank you for your consideration and hard work to represent the people. Next, from Yin Cheng, 1619 Conway Street. My name is Yin Cheng. Please don't waste $240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens healthy, safe, kids' future, and quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political game. Thank you. Next, from Diane Matthew. I approve of item 11, cannabis tax. Next, from Eli Yaluas, vote yes on item 11. Next, from Holly Leninger, a yes vote for cannabis tax measure. Next, from April Newman, it can be used for new schools. I support cannabis. From Dallas Tokas, we can hire more police officers. I support cannabis. From Jessica Boulens, it can be used to help small businesses. I support cannabis. From Yu Zheng, this is same address, but a different person. Yu Zheng, 1619 Conway Street, Milpitas. My name is Yu Zheng. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. We need save the $240,000 taxpayers' money to help the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thanks. Next, from Lara Nodar, it can be a helpful source of money to improve our city infrastructure. I support a cannabis tax. I'm going to turn to Pam and ask Pam if you can start at 3:36 p.m.
Give me just 1 second. 3:30. What time, Mary?
3:36 p.m. comment.
Okay. I got it marked. Hold on. Okay. From Mercedes Lampiman. comment, revenue generated can help the homeless in Milpitas. I approve the cannabis tax. Next one is from Xiaolin Lu. My name is Xiaolin Lu. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The first and most important responsibility of elected officials at all levels is public health and safety. I urge you to defeat any measure to proliferate the use of this drug. The cost will dramatically exceed any tax benefit, as has been the case everywhere. The value of even one life saved is so priceless. Thank you for doing the right thing for your constituents. Oh, hold up for a minute. I'm losing my place over here. Okay. Just give her a little time. From Lucy Tang, no cannabis and cannabis tax in Milpitas. Let me see. It's just a repetition. I'm having trouble with my internet. I'm very sorry. From Ramona Ortiz, I support cannabis. Maybe the funds could be used to improve traffic patterns. From Sherry Zhu, to whom it may concern, my name is Sherry and I live in Milpitas. I strongly oppose to the introduction of the cannabis tax ballot measure, since it will enhance greatly the risk on the local community. Thank you very much for listening to our voice, and please help us stop doing this. Much appreciated. From Sheila Fairbanks, as long as it can be put to good use, I support cannabis. From Wee Wang, my name is Wee Wang. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Our youth are affected by easy access to drugs. Did you know last year a TV station ran a test? They called 7 different cannabis delivery service and had them deliver to a young-looking intern. Not a single one of those services asked for her ID as required by law. One just pushed the cannabis through the mail slot without talking to anyone. Also, over a third of adult-only tobacco stores and vape shops sold to underage youth during a statewide youth decoy operation in 2018. Do we really expect cannabis stores to follow the law? From Ashlyn Valentine, bring jobs to Milpitas. I agree with and support cannabis taxes. From Dana Black, bring jobs and revenue to Milpitas. I support the cannabis tax measure. From Joe Argabright, potential 1.26 million in revenue to Milpitas. I endorse the marijuana tax. From Tina Zhu, my name is Tina. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Here is the letter from the California Narcotics Officers Association, which represents over 5,000 men and women charged with the enforcement of California and federal controlled substance laws. It's very dangerous work. Over 80 names on the California Peace Officers Memorial Walls are remembered by CNOA. Included among those who gave their lives with protecting the public are 3 of our past presidents. CNOA is strongly opposed to the proposed cannabis tax measure. To begin with, cannabis tax measures do not raise significant revenue. In fact, evidence suggests that actual cannabis tax revenues fall woefully short of predicted revenue projections. Moreover, the black market has not ended as a result of marijuana legalization, but has in fact continued to prosper. and operate virtually unabated. Tom Yang, no cannabis and cannabis tax in Milpitas.
So, excuse me, clerk, can I say something?
Sure.
Aren't you supposed to read what city they are from? That was part of the,
So far, they're all Milpitas, Councilmember Montano. If it's if it's somebody from another city, we will note that in our comment.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. From Layla Smith, dispensaries provide decent paying jobs. I support item 11. From Fath Guzman, diverse revenue streams, yes to item 11. From Queen Zhang, no cannabis tax measures. I have lived in Milpitas for 10 years. As a registered voter, I absolutely oppose this cannabis tax measure. Please don't waste 240,000 taxpayers' money for cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on controlling coronavirus and helping frontline workers. And I have 3 more to go, Ms. City Clerk. And then from Jason Reynolds, don't delay our rights. Let us vote. I approve item 11. From Easy Feliciano, don't give our money away. I support a cannabis tax. And then the last one is from Akemi Mori. My name is Akemi, and I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2020-2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. Mary, may I go ahead and add to the answer that I had previously given to Councilmember Montano?
That's not necessary, Pam. Thank you. We're going to proceed. It's going to take a long time.
Okay, that's fine.
Councilmember Montano, some of the emails do not provide the resident city or the address. For those who provide it, we will read it to you aloud. I'm going to read now, and I'll go for a while, and then we'll go back to Pam.
Go ahead.
From Amanda Beeveway, don't give our money to San Jose. I support a cannabis tax. Brian Cates, don't give our money to San Jose or Sunnyvale. I support a cannabis tax. Stop supporting San Jose, from Marbella Luna. Stop supplementing San Jose. Keep our tax money here. I approve of a cannabis tax. Next, my name is Sophia L. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. There are some kids in MHS that already engage in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. Thanks. Next, from Charles Maury, 1011, Tamura Loop, Milpitas. This is Charles Toshiyasu Mori, a Milpitas resident, 1011 Tamura Loop, Milpitas. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018 voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting. And then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis at a city special meeting. The city council broke their word not not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. Next speaker, Kelly Chen, 380 Montague Expressway. Milpitas is known and a great city for raising families. Please vote no to cannabis and marijuana tax. Let's keep Milpitas drug-free city forever. Thanks. I am a from Coke Lai, 293 San Andreas Drive. I am a Milpitas resident. My family don't want a cannabis store in Milpitas. Next from Nicholas Pitsy. Money should stay in our city. I endorse a cannabis tax. Next from Ryan Grime. We have our own budget needs. Do not continue supporting San Jose's. I want a cannabis tax measure for Milpitas. From JC Young, Meadowland Drive. Mayor and council members, please vote no on both sales and cannabis tax measures. Milpitas has about 80K residents and 30K voters, and these tax measures will affect residents who voters as well as non-voters. It's not fair to those who cannot vote. From Wendy Stegeman, don't give our money to San Jose. I support a cannabis tax. From Donald Irving, I agree with a cannabis tax. From Yaohua Lee, Milpitas. No cannabis store in Milpitas. The city already has established a permanent ban on cannabis dispensaries not many months ago. At the time, there's limited amount of support for allowing cannabis dispensaries in the city, but tons of voices against the idea. Milpitas people exercise their right to decide the stance of their city on the matter. But this is not without cost. Many residents spent time reading and understanding the matter and then speaking out their voices in city council meeting to midnight. The voice was heard loud and clear. It's a huge waste of political resources to discuss essentially the same matter again. Next from Ann Eschborn. I am in favor of taxing marijuana. From Song Gao, 1917 Momentum Drive, Milpitas. My name is Song Gao. As a longtime Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Julian Lung. (581) Hamilton Ave. My name is Chinan Chang. I respectfully request our city council to vote no on the cannabis tax ballot measure. Bring back cannabis tax is the first step to bring back cannabis revenue to open cannabis stores. Pick a few items that below that you concern. 1, marijuana will cause calamitous problems with the city, especially in traffic accidents, crime, youth addiction, decrease in property value, etc. 2, it will inevitably lead to the use of legalization of marijuana, which is an easily addictive Category 1 prohibited drug, pernicious to human beings, especially the young people. 3, in 2018, Milpitas City Council members voted to ban marijuana in the city due to tenacious opposition of Milpitas citizens. Mayor Tran also promised not to push for cannabis due to numerous citizens' resolute rejection of marijuana. 4, cannabis tax revenue basically has not given rise. Okay. Sorry, everyone, that's the time on that one. Next. From Corey Ascension, I endorse taxing marijuana. Vuta Horror from 204 Park Place Drive. I, a longtime resident of the great city of Milpitas, would strongly object to the proposed cannabis tax ballot measure list in your agenda today as of Friday, 15th of 2020. I and my family with 2 young kids would like to say it loud and clear to you that, quote, please vote no to this cannabis tax ballot measure, unquote. The cannabis has been causing more harm than benefits in our society, as we are all aware of it. It has been negatively impacting almost all aspects of one's life if used, including but not limited to poor school performance, relationship problems, health issues, and increase dependency on welfare, etc. Once again, I urge that our elected officials will put the welfare of their constituents of this proud city of Milpitas, the interests of residents whom they serve, and the future of our youngsters in front of anything, especially the special interest groups and lobbyists. Please vote no now and say no to cannabis-related issues in any forms. From J.R. Lee, comments for cannabis tax measure. My name is J.R. Lee. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Our youth are affected by easy access to drugs. Did you know last year a TV station ran a test? They called 7 different cannabis delivery service and had them delivered to a young-looking intern. Not a single one of the service asked for her ID as required by law. One just pushed the cannabis through the mail slot without talking to anyone. Also, over a third of adult-only tobacco stores and vape shops sold to underage youth during a statewide youth decoy operation in 2018. Do we really expect cannabis stores to follow the law? From Jennifer Eckley, I approve taxing marijuana. From Lee Sun, please don't waste 240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political game. Thank you. From Victoria Yu, comments, her address is 2019 Terra Alta Court, Milpitas. Comments for cannabis tax measures. My name is Victoria. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. I'll read 2 more and then we'll turn to Pam. Okay, Pam? From Kyla Pangilanen, I approve taxing marijuana. From Ken Wang, let's not bring back the discussion related to cannabis tax. Mayor Tran voted 3 times to permanently ban this, and it is clear tax revenue is not one of the concern. Pam, if you could start at 3:52 p.m.
Okay, I hear you. Okay. From Melissa Rosario, From Cody Chen, dear all council members, if you truly love our Milpitas community, please say no to any cannabis activities, including the discussion on the cannabis sales tax. It is funny that we're bringing it up again. Don't you remember permanently banned cannabis at Milpitas? As we all know, this little tax doesn't help Milpitas at all. Instead, it will create more trouble for our community. Chen Wang Chang, my name is John. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2020-2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. From Philip Rodriguez, I urge the council to approve taxing marijuana. Sherilyn Tack, I am in favor of new revenue for taxing marijuana. From Quayne Kiao, my name is Quayne, living in Milpitas over 6 years. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government. Hence, no bank will accept cannabis business accounts. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measures, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. From Yang Liao, no to cannabis in Milpitas. Face it, more convenient buying will lead to more use. Before I have a child, I would totally buy more cannabis if there is a shop around. The garbage smell is bad enough. Don't make weed smell everywhere in Milpitas too. Milpitas will be official smell city if it passes. As a mother now, I would not want my children to grow in the smell of weed. From Lee Gyok Chan, we are a family of 4 with small children who love living in Milpitas as we feel safe here. Please do not bring in the cannabis stores to Milpitas, as it will bound to draw the wrong type of crowd that will make Milpitas less safe. Please do not add more stress and unnecessary worries for the residents of Milpitas amid this already tough time we are facing. From Alec Martinez, I am in favor of the cannabis tax. From Anna Wynn, my name is Anna. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Here is the letter from Moms Strong organization. Christy Brown is a Northern California member of Moms Strong, a national group of parents whose children, loved ones, have suffered adverse effects from marijuana, such as addiction, psychosis, car crashes, hypersthemesis syndrome, and other harms. Our research shows that stores in communities raises consumption of marijuana, but young people in vulnerable communities. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I am surprised that the Milpitas City Council will be considering a ballot initiative on marijuana sales. As I understand it, Milpitas voted to ban marijuana just 18 months ago because of a strong public opposition, but is now considering a ballot initiative. Given uncertainty about holding elections during the period and possible adverse effects of marijuana on those who contracted the virus, it seems like an unwise decision. For just 1 minute. Bobby Bui, I support the cannabis tax. From Sarah Yu, my name is Sarah Yu. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses of Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these tax measures. And this money was not even in the city's 2020-2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. From Yu Chu Sung, I object support marijuana. Truly hope the city won't take any more suggestion on this bill in the future. It would only hurt our city. From Denise Pratt, I endorse cannabis tax. From Heidi Wolf Reed, I approve the cannabis tax. I got 3 more to go, Mary, and then after that, it's all yours. From Peggy Sue, my name is Peng Sue. As a longtime Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly opposes cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Jonathan Domash, I am in favor of the cannabis tax. From Aaron, my name is Aaron. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government, hence no bank will accept cannabis business accounts. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measures, and please don't sell our city for cannabis money. Let me read the last 356 notation, Mary, and then 357 is yours. From Lutex Atage, I am in favor of the cannabis tax. All yours, Mary, 357.
Next is from Ming Ming Ran. My name is Ming Ming Ran. As a longtime Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Next from Jen Lee, 2197 Cuesta Drive. As a 25 years Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. 18 months ago, Milpitas passed the rule, no cannabis in Milpitas. Please do not run these tax measures. It's betray to Milpitas residents. Thank you. From Yip Ping Pang, 72 Park Place Drive. My family live in Milpitas. We love this city. We don't want to see one day our city is being destroyed because of cannabis sale that will certainly negatively impact our society. We strongly ask you to oppose the cannabis tax measure. Thank you, Yip Ping. From Moses Rodriguez, I am in favor of the cannabis tax. From Jordan Soong, 37 Curtis Avenue. I oppose to marijuana in the city of Milpitas. From Robert Means, I am in favor of the cannabis tax. From Yang Jin Chen, 359 Expedition Lane, Milpitas, no recreational marijuana. From Tim Brown, I am in favor of the cannabis tax. From Jing Pei Lu, my name is Jing Pei Lu, a resident of Milpitas for 20 years. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Smoking either tobacco or marijuana while a virus associated with respiratory distress is not under control is a questionable policy for the city council to promote. We just had deaths to vaping of marijuana, nor is smoking a safe delivery system. Research shows concerns with marijuana and mental health and with young people's academic achievement. Last fall, Surgeon General, NIDA, and SAMSHA all warned that marijuana is not safe for pregnant women and adolescents. The scientific evidence for these adverse effects is mounting. From Yi Bing Yang, 2125 Cuesta Drive. My name is Yi Bing Yang. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis tax measure. Thank you. From Yan Wang, 1039 Vida Larga Loop. My name is Yan Wang. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. I'm very surprised to know this is on our city agenda again, even though Milpitas voted for permanently banning cannabis not long ago. There are some kids in MHS that already engage in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. From Yi Ying Lu, 359 Expedition Lane, no recreational marijuana. From Winston Cho, 773 Las Lomas Drive. I am a resident of Milpitas and do not want cannabis businesses in this city because of the impact to our children and quality of life. From Wen Juan Hu, 359 Expedition Lane, no recreational marijuana. From Dennis Zhang. My name is Dennis. As a longtime resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Lu Fang. My name is Lu Fang. Please don't waste $240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendations and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who supports cannabis in any future election. Thank you. From Bobby Chandra, 455 Tramway Drive. I am writing, oh, hello, this is Bobby. I'm writing to let you know that you should vote no on cannabis tax measure. There are so many real but sad stories from the use of cannabis. It can destroy families and people's lives. Undoubtedly, it will affect our youths the most. Teenagers like to try new things and copy their peers, and they still cannot control their own behaviors. Please say no on cannabis tax measure. Thank you, Bobby. Eric Simmons, I am in favor of the cannabis tax. Jana Lee, my name is Jana. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Our youth are affected by easy access to drugs. Did you know last year a TV station ran a test? They called 7 different cannabis delivery service and had them delivered to a young looking intern. Not a single one of the service asked for her ID as required by law. One just pushed the cannabis through the mail slot without talking to anyone. Also, over a third of adult only tobacco stores and vape shops sold to underage youth during a statewide youth decoy operation in 2018. Do we really expect cannabis stores to follow the law?
I heard that one already before. So is it the same script?
The name was different, but
Same
the words
script.
were
Same
similar. Mhm.
Okay.
Next from Aaron, my name is Aaron. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government, hence no bank will accept cannabis business account. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. From Sherlyn Wong, Dempsey Road, no cannabis tax, please. Thank you. From Zhaojin Zhu, no recreational marijuana. That person lives at 359 Expedition Lane. From Donna Lenacale, I approve a marijuana sales tax in Milpitas. From Marcia Wang, 257 Berendo Drive. My name is Marcia Wang. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. From Ning Yu Zhao, 228 Washington Drive. I am a registered voter in Milpitas. I strongly oppose any cannabis shop in Milpitas. We have already voiced our strong opposition last year. I would really appreciate our Milpitas mayor and city council members to honor the decision we already made and stick to it for the benefit of the residents and our precious young generation. From Sao Nong Yu, 336 Hom Way, Milpitas. My name is Shao Nong Yu. Please don't waste 240 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. From Anil Aranjani, 465 Paseo Refugio. Respected City Council, I would really appreciate it if city issue a permanent ban on cannabis business and any tax measure on cannabis in Milpitas. My name is Anil Aranjani, living at 465 Paseo Refugio, Milpitas. I am a Milpitas resident from 2013 and was happy to see the good things going on. I think we have a good environment since Milpitas citizens are well educated and care about their family and society. I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose new tax being proposed by city. Kindly apply my vote no on putting tax measures on the 2020 ballot. I would really appreciate it if city issue a permanent ban on cannabis businesses in Milpitas. Thank you, Anil. I'll read 3 more and then Pam, I'm going to turn to you at 403. The next one is from Alan K. Wong, 78 Meadowland Drive. As a 35 years longtime Milpitas resident, I would like to strongly oppose cannabis tax measure. Please do not put cannabis tax on November ballot while we are dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic that will put the Milpitas residents' health and safety at risk. Thank you. From Autumn Rain, I approve a cannabis tax measure. It's time to be creative. From Lan Dong, I am Nancy, who live in Milpitas almost 20 years. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Vaping of cannabis is very popular in the schools everywhere. Between 2018 and 19, the national percentage of high school seniors that regularly vape cannabis doubled. Making cannabis more easily accessible will only contribute to the problem, increasing the risk of Milpitas youth developing deadly lung diseases like EVALI, which lead to at lungs increases the risk of severe COVID-19 cases. Allowing greater access to cannabis in Milpitas would be an uncorrectable mistake at any time. Pam, if you're available, can you read from 403?
Will do. Just give me 1 second, please. From Jessica Song. My name is Jessica Song. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens healthy, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play the political game. Thank you. From May Yu, 36 Home Way in Milpitas. My name is Wei Yu. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. From Gloria Brew, no marijuana in Milpitas. From Paul Kwan. My name is Paul Kwan. I live in Milpitas for no more than 12 years. I'd like to express that my entire family strongly oppose the proposed cannabis tax ballot measure. Please vote no on the issue. I have some confusion on why City Council had the special meeting to discuss cannabis tax again. City Council already made a decision on 5/5/20 that no cannabis tax ballot measure will put on the coming 2020 election and directed the staff to work on sales tax only without cannabis. Many people already knew the City Council's final decision on the cannabis tax through media. What is the point to discuss on the subject again and again? In fact, I reviewed today's special meeting agenda and attachment regarding agenda item 11, proposed tax ballot measure. I found that there are 358 comments, 329 opposition on cannabis, only 29 support this. That means 92% of Milpitas residents are against cannabis tax. It's a very clear picture that the supermajority oppose any cannabis businesses in Milpitas. You as a council member, you need to represent the 90% Milpitas majority interest. It's not a hard decision. Do what is best for the city. Please vote no on cannabis. Jeff Ron, dear Mayor and Council Member, as a registered voter and Milpitas resident, I strongly oppose to your introduction of the cannabis tax ballot measure. Not sure why this issue is brought up again after the Milpitas City Council voted to ban marijuana in the city 2 years ago. We are outraged by Mayor Tran not keeping this pivotal promise. Sincerely, Jeff Ron. From Yit Chen. My name is Yit Chen. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The costs associated with commercial marijuana are only going to go up as the long-term health consequences have not been fully determined. Like tobacco, commercial marijuana is likely to have health consequences that we won't be able to determine for decades. Those costs are not configured in this report. From Jane Day, no cannabis and no cannabis businesses in Milpitas. From Ye Wong, 218 Silver Lake Drive in Milpitas. My name is Ye Wong. As 40-year Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose the cannabis tax measure. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Yu Ping Zhao, from Cortland Avenue. I am a resident of Milpitas. I have lived here for more than 33 years. Today, I want to say we are against community cannabis and against cannabis taxation. No commercial marijuana in Milpitas. Thank you. From Vicky Young, 173 Meadowland Drive. Mayor and council members, while Milpitas families are struggling with the COVID pandemic, please do not rush into multiple new tax measures. Please vote no to vote tax measures. Thank you. From Grace Yip, 243 Oakhurst. Costing $240K for these measures is a no-no. Please vote no on cannabis measure. From Shannon Lee, 72 Park Place Drive. No cannabis tax measure in the ballot. Historically, we have seen cities in the Bay Area that carelessly adapted same policies like cannabis sales, essentially inviting criminals into their neighborhood and ruining the community. I don't ever want to see it happening to our city. Please approve the proposal. From Esther Sang. My name is Esther Sang and have been a Milpitas resident for more than 14 years. I am writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed cannabis tax ballot. Please vote no on this issue. I am opposing to the cannabis tax because my uncle died of drug addiction. Before accessing marijuana, he was a handsome, energetic, and cheerful young guy. Once he was hooked by the drug, he became a completely different person. He looked tired, sad, dirty. He even had mental problems and easily lost his temper. Finally, he lost his job. The family, relatives, and friends stay away from him as he always borrowed money from us. He started stealing people's stuff in order to buy drugs. Finally, he died at a young age. Cannabis took away his life and broke his relationships with people around him. 1 minute is up, so I will move to the next one. From David Crum, 491 Kirkner. I've been in Milpitas for over 20 years now. I never really got involved in city/district issues. In the past 3 to 5 years, I have taken a more active stance due to the vigorous growth of the city and now the pandemic. With current conditions, we need to take advantage of any tax revenue available. Cannabis tax should be left to the voters, not groups of 300 to 600. I was at the 218th council meeting. City Hall was packed and you had a minute to speak. Really, voters are not going to be there for that. However, they will vote. Should the vote be no, great, so be it. But let the people vote. Do not let these small protest groups of hundreds persuade you your decision or obligations. You're supposed to govern body Milpitas with a projected consensus population over 80. I read in the May 5th emails, again, small group of protesters. This is too important to not let go to the voters. I do not use cannabis, nor do I condone. Thank you for your time. I'll read all the 406 and then I'll pass it on to Mary. From Mike. Dear council members, please vote no on cannabis use measure. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Let's keep Milpitas cannabis free. Thank you. From Padma, Subrayaya, no to cannabis tax on ballot. We need more looking into this issue before it goes on ballot. Current timelines don't support that. Hold on for just 1 minute. From David, Crown owner. It is time to stop living on old, outdated policies. I approve of item number 11. Let me scroll up. Oops, a lot of 406s. Okay. From Kun Sia, 847 Nieves Street. I have no interest in any money from drugs. City should spend time in bringing high quality businesses. Drugs will only drive people away. From Xiaowen Yu. My name is Xiaowen Yu, 433 Donahue Place. Please don't waste $240K for both sales and cannabis tax measure. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play the political game. Thank you. From CM Wan, 410 Vista Ridge Drive. My name is CM Wan. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2020-2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis tax measure. Thank you. From Wei Ping Zhang, 37 Curtis Avenue. I will not accept marijuana in the city and community. From Helen Chen, 47,000 Warm Springs Drive, Suite 1 to 171, Fremont, California. No marijuana in Milpitas or surrounding areas. From Emma So Yan Chang, 150 Junipero Drive, number 3, Milpitas, California. My name is Emma Chan. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. About 2 years ago, Milpitas City Council members voted to ban marijuana in the city due to tenacious opposition of Milpitas citizens. Mayor Tran also promised not to push for cannabis due to numerous citizen resolute rejection of marijuana. It is incomprehensible and unacceptable that the ban has to be redecided again now. We are outraged by Mayor Tran not keeping this pivotal promise, and council member fans' relentless effort to pot. Promise is a promise. Please do not spend time to push it again. I got 2 more, Mary, and I'll hand it over to you. From Ken Wang, 77 Duttonwood. Let's not bring the cannabis tax. Mayor Tran voted 3 times to ban cannabis sales in Milpitas. What changed now? No cannabis in Milpitas. From Leanne Koga. Banning pot sales was a thing in the 1930s. I approve of item number 11. Mary, please start at 407.
From Edward Jones, no cannabis tax measure. I am not sure which person ever wanted to do this stupid thing back in our city. I can't read the rest of this one. I'm sorry. I'm going to move on. To Mayor Tran, I'd just like to inform you we're about 1/3 of the way through the comments. Next is from Michelle Ikret, Prohibition didn't work before, it won't work now. I approve of item 11. Winnie Zhu, 401 Singley Drive. Subject, comments for cannabis tax measure. My name is Winnie Zhu. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Cannabis tax revenue basically has not given rise to meaningful net revenue in other regions, and you actually voted against the tax more than 2 years ago. Why are you proposing marijuana tax now against the will of Milpitas citizens? From Pei Yun Yu, 433 Donahue Place. My name is Pei Yun Yu. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political game. Thank you. From Wei Zhu, no marijuana in Milpitas. Please make a drug-free community for our kids. From Alex Wan, 490 Vista Ridge Drive, Milpitas. My name is Alex Wan. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interests of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political game. Thank you. From Spencer Boren. It is time to be creative. I approve of item 11. From Jenny Wang, 842 Firewalk. My name is Jenny Wang. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' healthy, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interests of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political game. Thank you. From Angus Donahoe. Milpitas residents are already using it. I am in favor of a cannabis tax. From Sergey Odintsov. My name is Sergey Odintsov. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The first and most important responsibility of elected officials at all levels is public health and safety. I urge you to defeat any measure to proliferate the use of this drug. The costs will dramatically exceed any tax benefits, as has been the case everywhere. The value of even one life saved is priceless. Thank you for doing the right thing for your constituents. The address he provided is 1823 Strawberry Lane. From Jin Ding, 204 Park Place Drive. I am a voting resident in Milpitas. I am opposing cannabis-related issues, planning, transactions, and businesses in Milpitas. Please vote no to the proposed cannabis tax ballot measure. Please put the interest of those you serve before the cannabis issues. Say no to cannabis tax ballot measure. Best. From Sandy Yu, 258 Midwick Drive, Milpitas. My name is Sandy Yu. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018, voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting. And then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. This city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. From Alan Tran, 401 Singley Drive. My name is Alan Tran. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The costs associated with commercial marijuana are only going to go up as the long-term health consequences have not been fully determined. Like tobacco, commercial marijuana is likely to have health consequences that we won't be able to determine for decades. Those costs are not configured in this report. I highly recommend our city council vote no on cannabis issue. Thank you. From Li Ping Zhao, 1065 Cortland Ave, Milpitas. I am a resident of Milpitas. I have lived here for more than 33 years. Today, I want to say we are against community cannabis and against cannabis taxation. No commercial marijuana in Milpitas. Thank you. From Jian Zhu, 842 Firewalk. My name is Jian Zhu. Please don't waste $240K in taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political game. Thank you. From City Blacklock. It's already being delivered here. I am in favor of cannabis tax. From Ann Wang, 218 Silver Lake Drive. My name is Ann Wang. As a 40 years Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Yuan Lei Zheng, 458 Singley Drive. My name is Yuan Lei Zheng. I urge you to vote no against any measure to proliferate the use of marijuana for tax income. As with any business, one must look at costs in addition to income. In the case of this dangerous drug, the human, environmental, and economic costs vastly exceed any economic benefit. From Han Wang, 492 Dempsey Road. Hi, I am the resident of Milpitas for many years. I like to bring your attentions. That's why waste time and money to bringing up this cannabis tax measure again. It is clear you already vote down this, and why bring it up again? Is there someone has a hidden agenda behind all this? Please vote no to this forever. From June Ma, 258 Midwick Drive, Milpitas. My name is June Ma. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our city council members are very unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018, voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting, and then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. This city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. From Chineng Cheng, 37 Park Place Drive. Subject, bring back cannabis tax is the first step to bring back cannabis revenue to open cannabis stores. My name is Chineng Cheng. Please don't waste $240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any city council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. Next from Eric Schmidt. Milpitans already consume marijuana, but buy it from San Jose. I am in favor of cannabis tax. From Kunal Prasad. It's legal. We should benefit from taxing it. I am in favor of a cannabis tax. From Kausalya Nalapa, 1295 French Court. Dear Milpitas Mayor and City Council members, as a longtime resident of Milpitas and mother of 2 teenage boys, I strongly oppose cannabis business to our beloved city. Please do not encourage this. We do not need cannabis tax money to develop our city. We need to maintain sanctity of this city, and I think this is very wrong time to bring the issue back when people are already in a very anxious and stressful state because of COVID-19 pandemic. Lillian Liu, please vote no on cannabis tax measure. There are some kids in MHS that already engage in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. From Yong Yang, 1068 Crescent Terrace. My name is Yong. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are very unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018, voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting. And then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14th, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. This city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. From Guang Jui Huang, 1502 Mount Diablo Ave. No recreational marijuana in Milpitas for better community, better next generation, better environment. Pam, I'm going to read 2 more and then you'll start at 418, please. 413, I mean. Next comment is from Tian Wu at 650 East Capitol Avenue in Milpitas. No marijuana in Milpitas to create healthy environment for next generation. From Melina Vafabakta Tish, excuse me. It's already here. We should benefit from having it. I am in favor of a cannabis tax. Pam, if you're ready, could you start at 413, please?
413, okay. 413, right? Okay. I got it, okay. 413. From Andrew Wang, 257 Berendo Drive. My name is Andrew Wang. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and business in Milpitas, are coping with COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not easy.
Pam, we're unable to hear you. Pam? Pam, are you there? We can't hear you now.
Sorry.
Pam?
Yeah.
Keep going. We were unable to hear you on the last one. Could you read it again and continue if your sound is all right?
No, hold on for a minute. I'm trying to open. I'm having trouble. Okay, there you go. I'm having trouble opening this one. Hold on for just 1 minute. I just got disconnected for a minute. I'm sorry. Mary, it's 413, right?
Mary, did you hear her?
Yes.
Did you hear her?
Pam, I can continue while you deal with your technology there. I'll keep going. Pam, please mute your mic and I'm going to continue. Angel Green, put it on the ballot. I support item 11. Jason Yang, 842 Firewalk. My name is Jason Yang. As a longtime Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Diana Yu, Martil Way. No on cannabis tax in Milpitas. I lost 2 cousins due to cannabis. One of my cousin was killed at age 32 by a DUI driver, left behind a 7-year-old kid. If we have a pot shop in Milpitas, it will increase the traffic and more people driving under the influence. Our city is small and already have a lot of traffic. This will put more danger to our community. Another cousin started smoking marijuana in high school, but eventually got into more dangerous drugs, now living in the mental health facility due to brain damage due to the drug. We all know that marijuana is a gateway to other dangerous drugs. Why are we all still risking our kids to let them live in the environment of thinking cannabis is safe? Is the future of our kids' health are more important or money from the tax? I urge you all to recognize the danger of what cannabis can bring to us and put the kids in our city first, than trying to make money from cannabis. Next from Kayla Carter, only one way to settle this, at the polls. I support item 11. From Galina Odintsova, 1823 Strawberry Lane, Milpitas. My name is Galina Odintsova. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are very unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018, voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while Just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Pham, Bob Nunez, who requested to discuss cannabis tax measures in April city meeting, and then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. This city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change.
Mary, I'm ready to pick up from here.
That'd be great. Thank you, Pam.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you
Pam.
also. Thank you. From Shibranjani Vaidya, no to cannabis tax on ballot, no to general tax measures on ballot.
Whoa, what happened? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can hear you.
yes.
Okay. Were you able to hear the last one?
Kind of, sort of.
No. Okay, let
Just
me
go
reread
again.
it. From
Yeah.
Shibranjani Vaidya, no to cannabis tax on ballot, no to general tax measure on ballot. Okay, so the next one is, what happened to my, I'm having problems now. This is not good. Mary, I got kicked out again. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, Mary.
I'm going to continue. If you just bear with me, I'm getting an offer of help from my colleagues, and so that's going to be helpful. If you just bear with me while I provide some information to my supervisor so we can enlist some future additional readers here. Okay. Next is Yun Jin Feng, 2214 Yosemite Drive, Milpitas. My name is Yun Jin Feng. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Cannabis can cause damage to the residents in our society. Definitely young people will be severely impacted. I wish Milpitas will be better and better. No cannabis for sure. From Elia King. Let our voices be heard. I endorse item 11. From Sean Sun, please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who supports cannabis in any future election. Thank you. From Yali Rao, 1502 Mount Diablo, Milpitas. For children's better growing up environment, no marijuana in Milpitas. From Hui Zhan Yu, 258 Midwood Drive. Hello, my name is Hui Zhan Yu. As a longtime 36 years Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Next, from Catherine Hubeni. We deserve to vote. I support item 11. From Jian Hong Fang, 2115 Cuesta Drive. My name is Jian Hong. As a Milpitas resident, it is shocking to learn that the city is considering adding more tax measures. I'm strong opposed against the cannabis tax measures. Please vote no and make Milpitas a better place to live. Thank you. From Marcia Dupuy. It's our right to vote. It's our right. Let us vote. I support item 11. From Fei Ying Chen, 105 Serenity Place. My name is Fei Ying Chen. I am angry to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measures. Thank you.
Mary, let me try again. I'm back.
Okay, 415. The next one, Pam, is Ruth Gao and Montague. Please start with that one.
Oh, okay. Where's the, okay. Hold on. I have a.
It's the very last one at 415.
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. Ruth Gal, 380 Montague Expressway. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for confirming. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. Next one from Oxley Amisqua. Voting in November is the democratic way. I support item number 11. Okay, hold on for just 1 minute. From Karen Liao, no sales tax and no marijuana. From Eugene Lee, 1535 Bleecker Street. My name is Eugene Lee. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Smoking either tobacco or marijuana while a virus-associated respiratory distress is not under control is a questionable policy for the city council to promote. We just had deaths from vaping of marijuana, nor is smoking a safe delivery system. Research show concerns with marijuana and mental health and with young people's academic achievement. Last fall, Surgeon General Nida and Sam Shah all warned that marijuana is not safe for pregnant women and adolescents. The scientific evidence for these adverse effects is mounting. Scott McReynolds, I support democracy and I support item 11. From Yvonne West, our vote, our voice, I support item 11. From Wilson Yu, 433 Donahue Place. My name is Wilson Yu. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government. Hence, no bank will accept cannabis business accounts. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. From Chu Ching, 324 San Petra Court. My name is Shu. As more than 20 years resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly opposes cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Angel Levesque. Keep our tax dollars in Milpitas. Yes on cannabis tax. From Kiran Haradi. No to cannabis tax on ballot. No to general tax measure. From M. Sveholik. No on cannabis tax in Milpitas. No problem for people who choose to smoke at their own house, but I prefer to not have cannabis shops in our city. We would like to have a clean and healthy city for the kids in our community. You can figure out how to bring other businesses to our city, but cannabis is not the right choice. From Wendy Zhang. My name is Wendy Zhang, a longtime Milpitas resident. I would like to express that my entire family strongly opposes cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Aidan Dogan, let Milpitas vote. I support cannabis tax. From Grace Liu, 1330 French Court. Dear Honorable Mayor Tran and council members, please no on cannabis sales tax on November ballot. Please preserve your good name by upholding your decision in 2018 by unanimously voting permanent ban cannabis in the city of Milpitas. A quote from the Bible, those who want to get rich fall into temptation and a trap and into many foolish and harmful desires that plunge people into ruin and destruction. For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Some people eager for money have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs. What you sow today, the fruits will come back to you in multiple. God bless Milpitas. From Wee Chen, from Calypso Lane in Milpitas. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who supports cannabis in any future election. Thank you. From Amy Yan. Please vote no on cannabis measure. There are some kids in MHS that are already engaged in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. From Oliver's son, there are about 80K residents in Milpitas, but only about 30K voters. If city puts cannabis tax on the ballot, it excludes the rights of non-voters. It's not fair to those residents who cannot vote, since cannabis stores will affect all residents. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Thank you. From Vivian Chia, no cannabis tax and cannabis in Milpitas. She is from 380 Montague Expressway in Milpitas. From Kevin Lim, 1223 Elkwood Drive. Strongly oppose cannabis in our city. Keep our city safe and keep our children away from drugs. From Lily Chu, 521 Glenmore Circle, Milpitas. My name is Lily Chu. I would like to express that my entire family strongly opposes cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Robert Chu, 521 Glenmore Circle. My name is Robert Chu. I would like to express that my entire family strongly opposes cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Ram Senthal, from Whitcomb Court, Milpitas. I do not support general tax measures and cannabis tax measure going on the ballot without further due diligence. Council members, please note we are watching you. Eva Sui, comments for cannabis tax measure. My name is Eva Sui, live in Milpitas for 15 years. I would like to express that my entire family strongly opposes cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures. Thank you. From Yen Wang, 1954 Linden Lane. My name is Yen Wang. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The first and most important responsibility of elected officials at all levels is public health and safety. I urge you to defeat any measure to proliferate the use of this drug. The cost will dramatically exceed any tax benefits and has been the case everywhere. The value of even one life saved is priceless. Thank you for doing the right thing for your constituents. From Cynthia Atayan. Hello, Milpitas Council members. My husband's family bought their home in Milpitas in 1978. We are now the owners of his parents' home, so we are longtime residents. We are very disturbed at the fact that there is a permanent ban on cannabis, even though the residents voted 51 in favor of cannabis in 2016. We need more businesses to come to Milpitas, which include cannabis dispensaries. Cannabis is already in Milpitas, but the city does not get any revenue because of the ban. That is not okay. We need to stop approving so many residential construction when we do not have enough schools to handle the influx. We still only have one high school, and every year the overcrowding gets worse. Bring back businesses back to Milpitas. We need to be able to vote on this matter. I am sick of a small group of residents deciding major issues. The garbage deal is a mess. Thank you for your time. From Sarath John, 211 Smithwood Street. We don't support cannabis coming to Milpitas if it hurts the kids. From Jiang Lu, no cannabis tax measure. I am a registered voter in Milpitas. I oppose the cannabis tax measure. The measure wasted our money of Milpitas taxpayers. From Li Zhang. Please stop bringing up this discussion again. We are highly against the MJ tax. From Bin Chen, no marijuana in Milpitas, say no to marijuana. From Heather Mao, my name is Heather. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. You actually voted against the tax measure more than 2 years ago. Why are you proposing marijuana tax now against the will of Milpitas citizens? From Jenny Dang, my name is Jenny Dang. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. There are small kids at MHS that already engage in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. Mary, I'll read the rest of the 427, and then after that, I'll have you pick up from there, okay? From Judy Wang, 199 Park Place Drive. My name is Judy. As a longtime Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measure. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. From Lena Niar, Temple Drive, Milpitas. I'm an 18-year-old Milpitas resident. I do not support general tax measures or cannabis tax measures to be on the ballot. Tony Wang, 1953 Linden Lane. No cannabis business and tax in Milpitas. Forever thanks. From Sergio Segura, 533 Glenmore Circle. Vote no on the cannabis tax measure. From Wing KG. Subject comments for cannabis tax measure. My name is Wing. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The first and most important responsibility of elected officials at all levels is public health and safety. I urge you to defeat any measure to proliferate the use of this drug. The cost will dramatically exceed any tax benefit, as has been the case everywhere. The value of even one life saved is priceless. Thank you for doing the right thing for your constituents. Mary, your turn.
From Aaron Zhang, 380 Montague Expressway. No marijuana business is allowed in Milpitas. As such, there is no requirement to have tax measure on potential revenue generated from it. Please remove this item from ballot. From June Lee Ma, 1507 David Lane. My name is June Lee Ma. I'm a U.S. citizen and have been a Milpitas resident for almost 10 years. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Cannabis tax revenue basically has not given rise to meaningful net revenue in other regions, and you actually voted against the tax just 2 years ago. Why are you proposing marijuana tax now against the will of Milpitas citizens? From Katie Wang, 1954 Linden Lane. Please don't bring cannabis businesses and tax to Milpitas. Thanks. From Nancy Wang, 81 Woodland Court, Milpitas. My name is Nancy Wang. Please don't waste 240K taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any city council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. From Zimin Wang, 190 Calypso Lane, Milpitas. I strongly oppose the idea to keep discussing possibilities to collect cannabis tax. This measure has been opposed by city residents in city meetings several times. Please stop such political tactics to drag along the issue so that citizens may get tired and the officials who represent cannabis business interests may succeed to pass the measure. I and my family and friends will not like to see any marijuana stores in Milpitas and will not vote anyone who support cannabis tax. Please work together to make our city free of marijuana and a safe city for a long time now. Thank you so much. Next, from Rohini Vabala Reddy, 1071 Cortland Ave, Milpitas. Please vote no to marijuana in Milpitas. From Tiffany Hahn, 385 Sandhurst Drive. As a longtime Milpitas resident, I'd like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Thank you. From Ting Chang. Comments for cannabis tax measure. My name is Ting Chang. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government. Hence, no bank will accept cannabis business account. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. From Tak Kwang Wong, 138 Edgewater Drive, Milpitas. Meeting title says May 14, very misleading. Public notation is essentially 0, and meeting don't even show up in council calendar. There should be written details of this agenda item. Without live broadcast and a public accessible written proposal, what's the point for asking for public comments? Should city governing be transparent? Maggie Chang. This is a very long email, so I need to put my timer on. Dear Mayor Tran, City Council members, as a citizen of Milpitas, I strongly oppose your introduction of the cannabis tax ballot measure. Please definitely stop pushing for this. Otherwise, in the upcoming election, I will not vote for any of you who push irresponsibly for the above mentioned ballot measure and will reject it too. Milpitas voters are stunned and upset by this ballot measure since, if approved, it will inevitably lead to the issue of legalization of marijuana, which is an easily addictive Category 1 prohibited drug, pernicious to human beings, especially the young people. It is beyond doubt that marijuana will cause calamitous problems to the city, especially in traffic accidents, crime, youth addiction, decrease in property value, etc. And even U.S. Surgeon General has come out to warn against it. About 2 years ago, Milpitas City Council members voted to ban marijuana in the city due to tenacious opposition of Milpitas citizens. Mayor Tran also promised not to push for cannabis due to numerous citizens' resolute rejection of marijuana. It is incomprehensible. Okay, that's the end of that. That's the end of that comment, sorry. Moving to the next one. Kang Ing, Elkwood Drive, Milpitas. Dear City Council members, please do not put the commercial cannabis onto the ballot measure because, 1, based on data research, it will cost the city more money to sustain these operations in the city. 2, it is a cash business and it will attract a lot of illegal activities. 3, we are a small family city. Having these businesses in our city will only encourage easy access to the students. 4, San Jose has a lot of cannabis shops already and they are not growing, and therefore is no need for more shops. Please vote no, thanks. Lemuel Wong, 492 Dempsey Road. Hi, Mayor and council members. Why waste $150K for the tax measures given shirt if the time and during this pandemic and sneak in this measure? Also, why bring this up again? As last meeting, some of you already voted down. Cannabis is do more harm to our children than do any benefits to our community. If you are listening, then please vote down this ballot permanently. From Charan, no recreational marijuana in Milpitas. From Jean O. Young, Yosemite Drive, Milpitas. No to any tax measure, general or cannabis tax measure on November ballot without proper polling. I'm shocked that you council members have brought this back to discussion. Stop pursuing cannabis in Milpitas. We residents don't want it. From Olivia Zhang, why attempt to have this conversation again when we have collectively voted against this twice? City of Milpitas, please listen to your people. From Mike Wang, 81 Woodland Court. My name is Mike Wang. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are very unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018, voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Pham, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting, and then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. This city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. From Edward Chang. My name is Edward Chang. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Our youth are affected by easy access to drugs. Did you know last year a TV station ran a test? They called 7 different cannabis delivery service and had them delivered to a young looking intern. Not a single one of the service asked for ID as required by law. One just pushed the cannabis tax through the mail slot without talking to anyone. Also, over a third of adult only tobacco stores and vape shops sold to underage youth during a statewide youth decoy operation in 2018. Do we really expect cannabis stores to follow the law? From Cassie Zhao, 1386 Lowland Court. My name is Cassie. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. There are some kids in MHS that already engage in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax measure in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. Please don't mess up our neighborhood. Pam or next reader, I'm at the end of 432 emails. Ethan Wang, 1953 Linden Lane. No cannabis business and any form of tax and delivery in the city of Milpitas. The COVID-19 already created many deaths. We don't want cannabis to create any more damage to our community. So the law enforcement can focus on our community safety. Whoever keeps proposing this cannabis business definitely has some connection with the cannabis industry for the kickbacks. Very suspicious. From Joseph Sun. Dear Mayor and City Council members, please do not put the cannabis tax measure on the ballot. You all have heard the objection from the community. Please keep our city as a family-friendly city and save money by not to proceed. Thank you. From Tengjin Hong Lin, 579 Clouser Drive. No marijuana in Milpitas. No to make our kids use toxic marijuana. No marijuana sales in our community. Why council tried to hide this meeting from residents' comments? Only open during the session. From Wei Feng Li, 1360 Mount Shasta Ave, Milpitas. Comments for cannabis tax measure. I am a longtime Milpitas resident. Last year, the council, under the leadership of Mayor Tran and Councilwoman Dominguez, voted 4-0 to permanently ban pot business from operating in Milpitas. This measure is considering potential revenue from permanently banned business. It is a waste of money and resource, and it damages credibility and the integrity of the council. I urge Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Nunez, Council Dominguez, Council Montano, and Council Fan to vote no. Pam, if you're ready, can you read?
Or I'm available if you want me to read some.
Okay, that would be Pam. We're going to go ahead and allow for another reader now. We have volunteer service of Ned, our planning director. Ned, are you clear where to begin on the first one? That's 433.
I was following.
Thank you, Ned.
You're welcome. I was good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this. I was following on the next item. Davis Zhang. We don't want cannabis in Milpitas. It is doing more harm than good. The people have decided not to legalize it permanently. Please represent people rather than the weed dealer. Sally Huang, 272 Curlin Circle. My name is Sally Huang. Please don't waste 240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. The next one's blank. Next one, Natalia Petrov. My name is Natalia Petrov. Please don't waste 250,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political games. Thank you. Madhuri Nayar. No cannabis in Milpitas. Saying it loud and clear, nothing related to cannabis in Milpitas. No general tax measure. Mike Wang, 272 Curlin Circle. My name is Mike. I'm surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses of Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240,000 for these measures. The money was not even in the city's 2020-2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. Zui Fu, we don't want any marijuana shop in Milpitas, as this is also addictive and the teens will prone to test it out and will cause a lot of juvenile problem. Mary Lee, I respectfully request our city council to vote no on the cannabis tax ballot measure. Bring back cannabis tax is the first step to bring back cannabis revenue to open cannabis stores, and we voted to ban the business a couple years back. Yutong Lee, my name is Yutong Lee. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government, hence no bank will accept cannabis business account. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. Feng Chi, marijuana in Milpitas affects children's health. I hope to have a better market outlook for the next generation. Mandy Yue, 31 Eid Lane, Milpitas. My name is Mandy Yue. As a long-time 13-year Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Hui Shan Yep. We have virus now, no drugs, please. Nikita Petrov. I think that is a repeat. Well, I'll read it anyway. 56 Hemlock Court. My name is Nikita Petrov. Please don't waste 240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on tax measures. Don't play political games. Thank you. Jessica Yu, no marijuana, families first. Pei Lun Lee, 482 Holly Way. My name is Pei Lun. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The costs associated with commercial marijuana are only going to go up as the long-term health consequences have not been fully determined. Like tobacco, commercial marijuana is likely to have health consequences that we won't be able to determine for decades. Those costs are not configured in this report. Li Hua Wang, 335 Sylvia Avenue, Milpitas. I disagree with having marijuana dispensaries in Milpitas. Lin Shui, no. Artie Ranganathan, cannabis is an untested territory until we have more research data. No to any form of cannabis in Milpitas. I have little kids, council members. You have a responsibility protecting them. No to general tax measure on ballot. No more taxes in Milpitas. We have plenty of demands on our plate. And maybe I'll read one more and I'll turn it over to the next reader. So I'm at 439. The last one is Robert Liu. Dear Mayor and Council, he's at 13 French Court. Dear Mayor and Council members, please no on cannabis sales tax, potential sales tax on November ballot. Please carry your good legacy of serving the city of Milpitas well. The goodness will come back to you with multiple. Money is the root of all evil. May God give you wisdom and discernment to make the right decision in protecting the city. No cannabis businesses, no sales tax on cannabis businesses.
Thank you, Ned. I'll take over.
Actually, Pam, we
Yes.
have a volunteer with Ashwini Contact, so I would like to ask Ashwini to handle a few, so you and I save our voice, and we'll return after Ashwini.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
40.
I just want to make sure, because there were a couple at 440. So Ned, did you read David Wang?
No, there was one right before that.
Yeah,
Just okay. Yeah, so David Wang.
So David Wang, 199 Park Place Drive, Milpitas. And my name is David. As a longtime Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Next, Wilfred Kong, 1696 Fallen Leaf Drive, Milpitas. Dear Mayor Tran and council members, as a citizen of Milpitas, I strongly oppose to your introduction of the cannabis tax ballot measure. Please definitely stop pushing for this. Otherwise, in the upcoming election, I will not vote for any of you who push irresponsibly for the above mentioned ballot measures and will reject it too. About 2 years ago, Milpitas City Council members voted to ban marijuana in the city due to tenacious opposition of Milpitas citizens. Mayor Tran also promised not to push for cannabis due to numerous citizens' resolute rejection of marijuana. It is incomprehensible and unacceptable that the ban has to be redecided again now. We are outraged by Mayor Tran's not keeping this pivotal promise and Councilmember Fan's relentless efforts for pot. Please stop putting the cannabis tax measures on the ballot for yourself and all the citizens. Thank you, Wilfred Kong. Next is Judy Ng, 138 Edgewater Drive. My name is Judy Ng. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Cannabis ingested in any form causes numerous adverse impacts to the body and brain. In young people particularly, it can cause permanent brain damage and loss of IQ by up to 8 points. It elevates the risk of psychosis 5 times and suicide 7 times. It is a major cause of mental illness. In some individuals, it causes psychotic breaks leading to violent acts of violence and mass murders. 1 in 6 adolescents and 1 in 10 adults will become addicted. People who are mentally ill or addicted can't work effectively, if at all, so they have to turn to crime and public service for support. The throngs of homeless people throughout our great state reflect the outcome of drug use and addiction, which almost always starts with marijuana. The first and most important responsibility of elected officials at all levels is public health and safety. I urge you to defeat any measure to proliferate the use of this drug. The cost will dramatically exceed any tax benefits, as has been the case everywhere. The value of even one life saved is priceless. Thank you for doing the right thing for your constituents. And before I go to the next one, Mary, could you please time for me if I go over? Next, Shirley Wan,
Yes.
598 Printy Avenue, Milpitas. My name is Shirley. Don't waste 240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. Next, Nikita Petrov. I believe we read this out before. Mary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Next is Cindy Lou from Milpitas. Liar, Mayor, try to be a facilitator to marijuana business during the shelter in place when most people are stay at home. Traitor of the city and Milpitas residents without considering potential damage to majority families who don't want. The tax money won't cover the potential expense, which will blast couple of years later. Money blind, eye and heart. What a shame by ignoring so many times of protest and so many research and data provided. Next, Kui Hong 9, 1030 Hamilton Avenue, Milpitas. Marijuana in Milpitas affects children's health. I hope to have a better market outlook for the next generation. Next is Ron Allen, 10702 Alicante Way, Rancho Cordova. This is a long one, Mary, so please time. Dear
Yes.
Mayor and council members, as the founder and president of Faith-Based Coalition Against Drugs, an anti-drug organization with thousands of supporters, I strongly oppose to your introduction of the cannabis tax ballot measure. Please definitely stop pushing for this. It is a myth that cannabis tax brings much net income to a city. Most of the cities with legalized pot, if not all, do not have any meaningful net revenue. Many local governments have net income from cannabis equal to 1% or less of the total budget, if not incurring losses. Examples include many cities in the vicinity of Seattle. This is attributed to the huge expenses in connection with the sales of cannabis, including but not limited to creation and implementation of relevant new laws, increasing expenses on hospitals, medical professionals, and policemen, drug rehabilitation expenditures.
That's time, Ashwini.
Okay, thank you. Meera Pathak, Chestnut Drive, Milpitas. City is spending too much money on putting the tax measures on the ballot. Please respect Milpitas residents and no to cannabis or any tax measure for Milpitas on the November ballot. Next is Xiu Qi Cheng, 1259 Calle de Cuestanada, Milpitas. My name is Xiu Yi Cheng. Please don't waste 240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who supports cannabis in any future election. Next one is Michelle J. My name is Michelle. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Next is Jack Chewy, 598 Printy Avenue, Milpitas. My name is Jack. As a citizen of Milpitas, I strongly oppose to your introduction of the cannabis tax ballot measure. Please definitely stop pushing for this. Otherwise, in the upcoming election, I will not vote for any of you who push irresponsibly for the above mentioned ballot measure and will reject it too. Next is Bill LG from Milpitas. Subject comments for cannabis tax measure. My name is Bill LG. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The first and most important responsibility of elected officials at all levels is public health and safety. I urge you to defeat any measure to proliferate the use of this drug. The cost will dramatically exceed any tax benefits, as has been the case everywhere. The value of even one life saved is priceless. Thank you for doing the right thing for your constituents. I'll read a couple more and then somebody else can be ready. This is from Lee Tran, 108 Park Place Drive, Milpitas. I respectfully request our city council to vote no on the cannabis tax ballot measure. Marijuana will cause calamitous problems to the city, especially in traffic accidents, crime, youth addiction, decrease in property value. This will be my last one. Hisin Yi Feng, 1470 Nightshade Road, Unit 41, Milpitas, and the comment just simply says no. And that's at 4:46 p.m. So the next one will also be at 4:46 p.m.
Pam, if you are ready, Pam, are you prepared to read the next set?
Yes, it says, if you can kindly direct me as to.
Please go to 4:47 p.m. and go to the one just below it. The very last one at 4:46 p.m. is where you shall start.
I see, thank you. There is no name to this one. It says here, cannabis tax measure, no cannabis in our community, please. From Jonathan Liu, 1330 French Court. I am against having a cannabis sales tax on November's ballot. From Wilson Yu, 650 Grayson Way. My name is Wilson Yu. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government. Hence, no bank will accept cannabis business accounts. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. From Hugh KG, my name is Hugh KG. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The first and most important responsibility of elected officials at all levels is public health and safety. I urge you to defeat any measure to proliferate the use of this drug. The cost will dramatically exceed any tax benefits, as has been the case everywhere. The value of even one life saved is priceless. Thank you for doing the right thing for your constituents. Hugh is from Milpitas. Wenxing Liu, 1139 Summer Wings Court, San Jose. My name is Wenxing Liu. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Our youth are affected by easy access to drugs. Did you know last year a TV station ran a test? They called 7 different cannabis delivery services and had them delivered to a young-looking intern. Not a single one of the service asked for her ID as required by law. One just pushed the cannabis through the mail slot without talking to anyone. Also, over a third of adult-only tobacco stores and vape shops sold to underage youth during a statewide youth decoy operation in 2018. Do we really expect cannabis stores to follow the law? I have 2 teenage daughters. I'm sure you have either sons or daughters too. For their future, please vote no. Vera Wong, 138 Edgewater Drive, Milpitas. I am against placing a cannabis sales tax measure on future ballots. Please spend time and money on coming up with better solutions instead of constantly bringing this up. From Shahir KM, 1526 Clear Lake Avenue. I am a Milpitas resident from 2015 and was happy to see the good things going on. I think we have a good environment since Milpitas citizens are well educated and care about the family and society. I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose new tax being proposed by the city. Kindly apply my vote no on putting tax measures on 2020 ballot. I would really appreciate if city issue a permanent ban on cannabis business in Milpitas. Victor Group, 1102 Able Street. As a 6-year resident of Milpitas, I am writing to ask that you let the people of Milpitas vote on item 11, the cannabis tax. I believe that regardless of the outcome, the people of Milpitas should be the ones to make a decision ultimately. I also feel like during these difficult times for the city in need of money, tax increases are a necessity. Any way to help the community with funding should be explored, including tax increases, as well as the possibility of eventually having cannabis stores, which the city could potentially regulate and tax to help fund necessary things. Cannabis itself is already being used. Debating keeping cannabis out of Milpitas is silly. I'm going to stop right there because that's 1 minute. From Chu Meng Ne, 129 Sudbury Court. I hate cannabis. Please no cannabis stores in Milpitas. Thank you. From Deepa Kari, Ashland Drive, Milpitas. Do not waste $250K taxpayers' money on trying to put cannabis discussion on the ballot. This topic was settled with a permanent ban. No cannabis or general tax measure in Milpitas. Gary Ma, 1334 Nestwood Way, Milpitas. I am against cannabis ballot measure in November 2020. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Charles Schlesbaum, 1775 Millmont Drive. Please actually do the research and listen to registered voters, not residents of North San Jose and residents who cannot vote. Please remember, legal cannabis in the geographic location hurts the black market, and the black market will not regulate for safety or to prevent our students from having access. Let the voters vote yes, like we did in 2016, 51% with 75% turnout. Xia Yu, 1085 Grayson Way, Milpitas. We are against marijuana. No to open marijuana store in Milpitas. Jamie Schlesbaum, 1775 Millmont. I have lived in Milpitas for 10 years. I am also a voter. I support the tax measure. I support it, and I believe cannabis is no more harmful than alcohol and tobacco, and we already currently sell and tax those. I believe we are losing tax revenue to other areas that we could be using in Milpitas. I also believe that having it regulated will be safer than not. I support this for both safety and for tax reasons. I am not a user of cannabis, but I do believe that it will benefit Milpitas. Kong Kong, 650 Grayson Way. My name is Tong Kong. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our city council is very unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018, vote 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores. Hold on. Well, just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis and store it on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city council meeting, and then May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at a city special meeting. The city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. Crystal U, 1055 Sandalwood Lane. No marijuana in Milpitas, please. Ashit Guevara, 310 Enriquez Court. I strongly oppose introducing cannabis in the sales tax revenues. This is extremely detrimental to youngs, teens, and healthy adults in the city. Short-term gains, long-term pains. Mary Helt, Solar Court, Milpitas. I'm a longtime Milpitas resident. No to cannabis tax measure and no to general tax measure. Churu Chin, 1139 Summer Wings Court. I'm strongly against the cannabis tax measure. From Gladys Chan, 10 Dempsey Road, Milpitas. My name is Gladys. I strongly oppose the cannabis tax measure. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our city council members are very unstable, unpredictable, unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018 voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measures in April city meeting, and then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at a city special meeting. This city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. Wensheng Liu, 1139 Summer Wings Court. My name is Wensheng Liu. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Our youth are affected by easy access to drugs. Do you know last year a TV station ran a test? They called 7 different cannabis delivery services and had them delivered to a young-looking intern. Not a single one of the services asked for her ID as required by law. One just pushed the cannabis through the mail slot without talking to anyone. Also, over a third of adult-only tobacco stores and vape shops sold to underage youth during a statewide youth decoy operation in 2018. Do we really expect cannabis stores to follow the law? I have 2 teenage daughters. I'm sure you have either sons or daughters too. For your future, please vote no. Edward Jones, Milpitas. Collect cannabis money to help homeless. Are we going to attract more homeless people coming in the city? We are going to be facing the growing homeless population problems like San Francisco is facing. Develop other businesses rather than cannabis. What is going to happen next? Legalize prostitution, cocaine, and heroin? Question marks. Sandy Zhang, 565 Closter Drive. No marijuana. Mingzhu Chu. My family and I strongly oppose the legalization of sales of cannabis in Milpitas. Please do not take cannabis in Milpitas. Mingzhu is from 1807 Everglades Drive, Milpitas. I'll finish this last 455 if someone can kindly take over after that. From Lou Sampson, 593 Closter Drive. No marijuana should be in Milpitas. Next one, please.
Okay, this is Renee Lorenzen. I'm going to read the next set of emails if everyone can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Renee.
All right, thank you, Pam. The next one is from it just kicked me out. Hold on, let's get. From Harbans Cower at 1325 French Court. No cannabis in Milpitas, please. Thanks. The next one is from Winnie Zhu at 401 Singley Drive. My name is Winnie. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. An election would be expensive with pro-cannabis ads paid for by the marijuana industry, bombarding our TVs and computers, making it even more likely that kids will think it is safe for them to use. The NLP neurolinguistics programming used in ads will forever affect our youth. Next one's Jin Liu, 1700 Cortez Street. Tax measure. My name is Jin Liu. I am living Milpitas almost 20 years. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. There are some kids in MHS that already engage in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. This is a long one, Mary. If you could please time. There's no name. My name is Amos. I respectfully request our City Council to vote no on the cannabis tax ballot measure. Bring back cannabis tax is the first step to bring back cannabis revenue to open cannabis stores. Pick a few items below that you concern. Marijuana will cause calamitous problems to the city, especially in traffic accidents, crime, youth addiction, decrease in property value, etc. It will inevitably lead to the issue of legalization of marijuana, which is an easily addictive Category 1 prohibitive drug, pernicious to human beings, especially the young people. In 2018, Milpitas City Council members voted to ban marijuana in the city due to tenacious opposition of Milpitas citizens. Mayor Tran also promised not to push for cannabis due to numerous citizens' resolute rejection of marijuana. Cannabis tax revenue basically has not given rise to meaningful net revenue in other regions. Milpitas is so well located in such a convenient central location. Easy access to highway, BART, light rail, public transportation made it an ideal location for fast distribute marijuana to nearby cities. Company working for
Renee, that's time.
teenagers and even kids. All right, thank you, Mary. Deborah Chia, 1776 Everglades Drive. I am against anything related to pot business in Milpitas. Please help the citizen to maintain a healthy environment. Ensign Ng, 129 Sudbury Court. I do not want drugs and cannabis to influence our students' education. This can also affect sports and extracurricular activities. Keishang Wang, 508 Singley Drive. I am totally against a proposal to open the marijuana disposal station in Milpitas. It will put our community and kids in jeopardy. Anyone who advocated for the marijuana business is the enemy of Milpitas residents, and we will remember the name and vote him out. Kriska Babic at Albany Court. City Council member, you have lost our respect. We are shocked by your response to cannabis. Please vote no to cannabis in Milpitas, resident for 7 years. No name, it just says no cannabis. Kay Shang, 307 Shaughnessy Drive. Comment simply says no marijuana. Basket Banjara. Cannabis tax measure, I strongly oppose this measure, no. Betty Lau, 622 Santos Court. Dear council members, I've been living in Milpitas for 30 years. Please do not push cannabis tax measure on the ballot. Keep our city as a family-friendly city. The tax won't justify the real cost. Don't sell the piece of our city for just $1 million. Thank you. Steffi Ling, 821 Strickroth Drive. I do not want drugs to affect our students' education and extracurricular activities. Amos Chung, 241 Ethel Street. My name is Amos Chung. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are very unreliable and unpredictable. We had the same city council in 2018 vote 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores. Well, just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting, and then in May city meeting, that's being taken out due to strong opposition. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. The city council broke their word not once, but twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. May U, Martil Way, no cannabis sales tax or shop in Milpitas. Nilesh Patel, 1438 Cherry Circle. No for cannabis and cannabis tax. We need people to spend money for kids and not against kids. No name. Comment for cannabis tax measure. My name is Cami. My friend used to live in Milpitas for 7 years. We still have property there. I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not pass these tax measures. Otherwise, it will definitely harmful to your future election. Thank you. Lei Jiang, 878 Luz del Sol Loop. Please stop bringing MJ to Milpitas. We do not need MJ tax in this clean city. Sawarna Banjara, 1574 Clear Lake Avenue, Better Milpitas. Let's work together, be united for a better Milpitas. Subscribe email list, join us, volunteer, register as California voter. Urgent cannabis taxes back on city meeting at May 15th, 4 p.m. Watch special meeting, Facebook, YouTube. Resubmit your comment. Please resubmit your comment during meeting today at 4 p.m. May 15th, Friday. Comment is about 100 to 300 words. You can find sample comments below. City website at 4 to 5 p.m. May 15th, Friday. Visit here to submit your comments at the city website. A1 subject comments for cannabis tax measure. My name is XXX. As longtime or 35-year Milpitas resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we're dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Hugh Yu, 1970 Maisie Street. Subject comments for cannabis tax measure. Hi, my name is Hugh Yu. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. About 2 years ago, Milpitas City Council members voted to ban marijuana in the city due to tenacious opposition of Milpitas citizens. Mayor Tran also promised not to push for cannabis due to numerous citizens' resolute rejection of marijuana. It is incomprehensible and unacceptable that the ban has to be redecided again now. We are outraged by Mayor Tran's not keeping this pivotal promise and council member Fan's relentless efforts for pot. Tuyen Kwan, 492 Dempsey Road, number 292. I am surprised that Mayor and 2 city council members proposed cannabis tax ballot measure. Do you recall how many Milpitas residents attended city council meetings from November 2018 to January 2019 against pot shops in our small and beautiful city? I'm pretty sure you know that the majority of Milpitas oppose any cannabis shop in Milpitas. About 15 months ago, all Milpitas city council members voted to permanent ban marijuana business in our city due to huge opposition of Milpitas residents. Mayor Tran promised not to push for cannabis business in our city. It is unacceptable that the ban has to be redecided again now. What is the reason behind to make mayor and council members to change their mind in this short time period? We really want Mayor Tran to keep his promise and all council members stay firm with their previous position. I highly recommend our city council to vote no on cannabis issue. Yuping Harn, 2071 Frank Court. My name is Yuping Harn. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. An election would be expensive with no pro-cannabis ads paid, with pro-cannabis ads paid for by the marijuana industry bombarding our TVs and computers, making it even more likely the kids will think it is safe for them to use. The NLP neurolinguistics programming used in ads will forever affect our youth. Jordan Yu, 36 Home Way. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Thank you. Sharwana Barnjarna, 1574 Clear Lake. My name is Sharwana Barnjarna. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government, hence no bank will accept cannabis business account. Cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. Nan Neath, 1386 Lowland Court. My name is Nan. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. I heard friend lost 2 cousins due to the cannabis. One of her cousin was killed by DUI driver at the age of 32, left behind a 7-year-old kid. Another cousin started smoking marijuana in high school, but eventually got into more dangerous drugs. She's now living in the mental health facility due to brain damage from the drug. Robin Chen, I oppose cannabis tax. Yang Chen, 228 Washington Drive. I began living in Milpitas from 2004. I would like to express that I strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you. Adina Wong, Dempsey Road. Please don't cannabis sales tax. Don't waste time and money. Joseph Ting, 2197 Cuesta Drive. Please don't waste $240,000 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. Eva Liu, Yosemite Drive. Me and my family have been living in Milpitas for a long time, 10+ years. We have lots of family and friends here. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Did you know vaping of cannabis is very popular in the schools everywhere? The national percentage of high school seniors that regularly vape cannabis doubled between 2018 to 2019. Now that students are home, the problem could be even worse. Making cannabis more easily accessible will only contribute to the problem, increasing the risk of Milpitas youth developing deadly lung disease, that EVALI, which led to lungs, increases the risk of severe COVID-19 cases. Given this reality, allowing greater access to cannabis in Milpitas would be a mistake at any time, and especially now. Tim Brennan, 52 Winsong, no cannabis. Laurent Zhang, 231 Dixon Landing Road, no marijuana in Milpitas. Wei Dong Wang, 63 Botero Lane, I oppose. S. Sahovic, Martil Way, no cannabis sales tax or shop in Milpitas. Jason Jang, I oppose cannabis tax measures. Min Zhang, my name is Min Zhang. I've been a Milpitas resident since 2005. Cannabis is still considered illegal by the federal government, hence no bank will accept cannabis business account. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and please don't sell our city for cannabis companies' donation money. Amanda, Milpitas resident. Milpitas voters voted once on Prop 64 and should get a vote to tax and legalize cannabis businesses in the city limits. Ha El, I'm objecting cannabis tax measure. I'm also licensing the live meeting and found interesting thing. All comments supporting cannabis are mostly doesn't report address to the comments to support is most just one sentence without any information backup. Above all, I suspect that most people leave comments to support cannabis is not living in Milpitas at all, but doing so for sort of interest. Again, I object cannabis tax, and doing so will hurt council members' election and Milpitas residents' heart. Thanks. John Yu, no cannabis sales tax or shop in Milpitas. Chun-Yan Pang, my entire family strongly oppose cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush into these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Otherwise, this will harm your election. Thank you. Ha El, that's a repeat. Kit P. Sang, my name is Kit P. Sang. I live in Milpitas, resident for more than 14 years. I and my family want to express our strong opposition to the proposed cannabis tax ballot measure. Please vote no on this issue. As a mayor and our honorable council members, you should put our neighborhood safety first. Bringing back cannabis tax open the step to bring back cannabis stores. This certainly will pose higher risk of exposure to school-aged children, increase youth addiction, increase crime rate. The tax revenue comes from cannabis sales cannot compensate the negative impact on our city. On the contrary, it will cost our city extra money to fix the problems. Please make right decisions that benefit the future and well-being of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on the issue. V. Liu, Ternura Loop. I would like to keep our city clean and without drugs for kids, no cannabis sales tax, and shop in Milpitas.
Renee, you're welcome to take
Roger.
a break if you like.
I was just powering through it. I'll lead this last one, and then someone else can take
I'll
over.
go after. I'll go after
Roger.
you.
Great. Roger Morgan, 1692 Aiken Road, Lincoln, California. No cannabis tax measure. Take Back American campaign, 1692 Aiken Road, Lincoln, California, 95648, 916-434-5629, Roger Morgan 339@gmail.com. May 2nd, 2020, Mayor Rich Tran, City of Milpitas, rtran@ci.milpitas.ca.gov. I urge you to vote no against any measure to proliferate the use of marijuana for income tax. With any business, one must look at costs in addition to income. In the case of this dangerous drug, the human, environmental, and economic costs vastly exceed any economic benefit. Cannabis ingested in any form causes numerous adverse impacts to the body and brain. In young people particularly, it can cause permanent brain damage and loss of IQ by up to 8 points. It elevates the risk of psychosis 5 times and suicide 7 times. It is a major cause of mental illness. In some individuals, it causes psychotic breaks leading
That's
to violent
time for
acts
that one.
of violence.
That's 1 minute.
All right. Thank you. It's all yours, Mary.
Okay, I'll go to the next one. From Shuang Feng, no address, no drug in Milpitas for our kids, please. Eva Lee, 1652 Yellowstone Ave, Milpitas, no cannabis tax. Sandra Nguyen, I am against any cannabis taxes. Jill Chen, 18615 Raleigh Court, Cupertino. I oppose marijuana taxes. Joe Pack, 1300 French Court. No cannabis tax, please, Joe. From Sam Norton. Please do not put the cannabis tax measure on the ballot. My name is Sai Kwang Lai. I've lived in Milpitas for 7 years and am still actively involved in many community activities in Milpitas. My entire family strongly opposes cannabis tax measures. Please do not rush these tax measures while we are dealing with the COVID pandemic. Thank you. From Dr. Ed Cheng, leading physician of Physician Medical Urgent Center. I'm going to time it, it's lengthy. Dear Mayor Tran and council members, as a practicing family doctor in San Jose, I have many patients who are residents and voters in Milpitas. They express to me their grief concern on their personal safety and wellness in their community. They strongly oppose your introduction of the cannabis tax ballot measure. Please definitely stop pushing for this. Otherwise, in the upcoming election, you will not get their votes for this irresponsible action on your support of the above mentioned ballot measure against their desire. As noted in many Santa Clara County Milpitas, voters are stunned and upset by this ballot measure, the approval of which will inevitably lead to the issue of legalization of marijuana, which is an easily addictive Category 1 prohibited drug, pernicious to human beings, especially the young people. It is beyond doubt that marijuana will cause social and economic problems to the community, safety and harmony, especially in traffic accidents, crime, youth addiction, decrease in property values, etc., and even U.S. Surgeon General. Move on. No name. I am against cannabis ballot measure. No name or address. No cannabis. From Effie Easton. Please do not waste the taxpayers' money to put this item on the ballot. Zhao Jiang Yang, 883 Celebration Drive. As a Milpitas resident, I do not want our kids are exposed to a lot of drugs. Please vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. From Dan Smith. Please no cannabis tax measure. Zhao Lin, 1084 North Abbott Avenue. I am not happy about any drug-related business opening in Milpitas. Please don't. From Ron John Junasia, 1260 Gingerwood Drive, Milpitas. I object to cannabis. Block any stores from opening. No to cannabis. From Ai Hua Hu, 700 South Abel Street. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are very unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018, voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Van, Bob Nunez, who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting, and then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly, on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. This city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. Wang Lin Zhu, 709 Parvin Drive. I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose cannabis. Please keep the city clean. Thank you. From Miranda Chan, 525 Topham Court, Milpitas. My name is Miranda Chan. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. From Vincent Leung, 525 Topham Court, Milpitas. My name is Vincent Leung. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. From Xiu Chun, 525 Topham Court. My name is Xiu Chun. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to the staff recommendation and vote no on the cannabis measure. Thank you. From Chris Young, 600 South Abel Street, Milpitas. Mayor and council members, cannabis is considered illegal by federal government. Banks are not allowed to open any cannabis business accounts. The cash-only cannabis industry poses many challenges in tax collection and public safety. As a longtime resident, I would like to express that my entire family strongly opposes the proposed cannabis tax ballot measure. Please vote no on this issue. From Kit Lai, this is a repeat. We've seen this before. From Jaden Leung, 525 Topham Court. My name is Jaden Leung. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. From Junhui Zhao, 28448 Cole Place, Hayward. Milpitas is a beautiful city with nice people. Please ban the cannabis and marijuana for the sake of ourselves and our great next generation and our air. Please, please do not make Milpitas into a city full of bad smell and for homeless. Please guard the city for us. Great thanks and God bless you. From Ethan Leung, 525 Topham Court, Milpitas. My name is Ethan Leung. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses in Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240K for these measures, and this money was not even in the city's 2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. From Man Wang, 314 Woodward Drive, Milpitas. I said no, no, no weeds. From Jimmy Blackstone. The voters of the state of California have spoken a long time ago. Cannabis for all purposes is legal in the state. So by demonizing, penalizing, banning, or otherwise interfering with the free personal choice of people, you're only going to hurt this city. If people want it, then they will get it, regardless of your decision and the opinion of all these narrow-minded squeaky wheels. You need to vote against prohibition that never works, against arbitrarily restrictive land use designations interfering with the enjoyment of personal property, and in favor of regulating, licensing, and taxing these activities like any other business activities. From John Wang, 314 Woodward Drive. Hate to repeat, anything related to weeds is no, no, no. From Sam Chewy, 598 Printy Ave. My name is Sam. I am 10. Vote no on cannabis in Milpitas. From Christine Lee. Marijuana shouldn't ruin a child's future. Hundreds of thousands of youth have been arrested or put in jail for using marijuana. Having a criminal record can make it hard for their future success. I don't feel safe in a community that will legalize to sell cannabis. Marijuana is the most commonly abused illegal drug in the US and around the world. Those who support its legalization for medical or general use fail to recognize that the greatest costs of marijuana are not related to its prohibition. They are the costs resulting from marijuana use itself. From Radhika Bhagwat, 271 Berendo Drive. I do not support cannabis in Milpitas. This is not a good influence for our children. From Edward Jones, Arizona Road, Milpitas. I am so sorry about my wording. I did not know my comments would be read out aloud. I do apologize. Please vote no on any measure on cannabis. I am a Milpitas resident and registered voter, and I disapproved any cannabis motion measure whatsoever, and very much disappointed by Mayor Tran, Anthony Fan, and Bob. I will definitely vote against them the next election. Ed. From Lucy. Bye. My name is Lucy. Please don't waste 240 taxpayers' money for both sales and cannabis tax measures, but spend the money on helping the frontline workers, communities, and senior residents. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on tax measures. I will not vote for any council member who support cannabis in any future election. Thank you. Kim Chewy, 598 Printy Ave. I am Kim. I am saying no on cannabis in Milpitas. I'm going to read one more and then we'll go to the comments at 5:47 for the next reader. If we continue the same rotation, that would be Ned, if you're still available.
Yep, I'm right here following
Okay,
it.
let me go one more then. Justin Wang, 314 Woodward Drive. We are a big family at Milpitas. We don't want weeds here. Okay, thank you, Ned.
All right. Amy Meng at 697 Carino Terrace. My name is Amy. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. There are some kids at MHS that already engage in purchasing cannabis and damaging their minds and their health. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives. Ningyu Zhao at 228 Washington Drive. I am totally against cannabis shop. Please stop this kind of agenda on city council meeting. We have already reached agreement to permanent ban pot shop in Milpitas. Jessica Wang, 314 Woodward Drive, no on weeds. Ian Hon at 701 Carlsbad Street, no, we have kids, no on weeds for our kids. Vicky Wang, no weeds in Milpitas. Jinjue Li, my name is Jinjue. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. I sincerely hope our mayor and city council members can put our neighborhood safety, citizens' health, kids' future, and the quality of life in the first place and seek the best interest of Milpitas residents. Please vote no on both tax measures. Don't play political games. Thank you. Jonathan Wang, no weeds in Milpitas. Karina Wang, anything related to weeds are no. Please don't drag this back to agenda again. Subhash Skaria, dear sir, I am Milpitas resident from 2013 and was happy to see the good things going on. I think we have a good environment since Milpitas citizens are well educated and care about their family and society. I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose new tax being proposed by city. Kindly apply my vote no on putting tax measures on 2020 ballot. I would really appreciate if city issue a permanent ban on cannabis business in Milpitas. Eric Yu, 91 Images Circle, Milpitas. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. The Centennial Institute at Colorado Christian University commissioned this study to better understand the economic and social costs of legalized marijuana. While much has been written about the tax revenue and total sales generated from commercial marijuana, there has been little research to understand how Coloradans are paying to mitigate the consequences of commercial marijuana. Sarah, I want to voice my opinion. I vote no on cannabis sales tax, no pot shop in our city. Jing Bian, hi, I am a resident of Milpitas. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. To protect our kids and elder people living in those cities and also protect ourselves, we need to be united to say no to cannabis tax measure. We need clean air and healthy working and living environment here in the city. Who wants to stay in a dirty city full of bad smell and dangerous needles all over the street? Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. Jasmine Liu, no cannabis tax and business in the city of Milpitas. It will cause a lot of extra work for our policemen to keep the community safe. I strongly oppose it. Lian Dang, as a resident at Milpitas, I do not agree to legalize selling cannabis. It should not be legalized. Marijuana is especially dangerous for young people. Cannabis can affect teen. Marijuana use include impaired short-term memory and decreased concentration, attention span, and problem solving, which clearly interfere with learning. Ming No, all comments from the previous meeting regarding allowing marijuana businesses in Milpitas, which was abruptly postponed, must be read first. I am completely against this, and this was already voted down. Richard Zhao, I am a resident of Milpitas. I have lived here for more than 33 years. Today, I want to say that we are against commercial cannabis and against cannabis taxation. No commercial marijuana in Milpitas. Thank you. Ivy Fung at 381 Fir Tree. My name is Ivy Fung. I am surprised to learn that while we, the residents and businesses of Milpitas, are coping with the COVID pandemic, the city is considering adding more tax measures. It will cost the city about $240,000 for these measures. And this money was not even in the city's 2020-2021 budget plan. Please listen to staff recommendation and vote no on cannabis measure. Thank you. Cynthia Young, Milpitas, yes, please, on a cannabis tax measure. Alicia Bazwa Young, I support cannabis tax. Ken Chun, we don't like weeds, so no, no, no. That's his address, 186 Beresford Court. Brianna Bronchard, Milpitas, I support a cannabis tax. Isabel Nimiro, Milpitas, I support a cannabis tax. Right, Ashkrisha Taluri, pardon, I'm sorry on your name if I mispronounce it. I am a resident of Milpitas and strongly disagree, saying no to having cannabis in our community. Xu Luo, we said no once, twice, now again on weeds. Jorge Caballero, I support a cannabis tax. Mai Rafe, I support a cannabis tax. Navid Karagmi, I support a cannabis tax. Sarah Segura, I no on cannabis tax measure. Hannah Long, oh, forgot the address, 533 Glenmore Circle, no on cannabis tax measure. Rose Scott, Milpitas, I support cannabis tax. Vicky Deemers, Milpitas, I support a cannabis tax. Aaron Franzino, Milpitas, I support a cannabis tax. Lin Dong, 243 North Temple Drive, please vote no on cannabis tax. We don't need cannabis in our city. Milpitas's real estate market will be negatively impacted by such a bill greatly. Thank you. Danita Maxwell, I support item 11. Garel Montaut, Milpitas, I support item 11. John Kramer, Milpitas, I support item 11. Lenore Basile, Milpitas, I support item 11. Zhao Guangjie, against cannabis. Milena Mena, Milpitas, I support item 11. Repeat. Richard Wise, Milpitas, I support item 11. Will Stegman, Milpitas, let responsible people be responsible. Vote yes on item 11. Haley Livingston, Milpitas, let us vote. I support a cannabis tax. May Feng, my name is May. Please vote no on cannabis tax measure. If you allow cannabis tax in Milpitas, you will allow for easy access to this drug, which will damage more children's lives and ruin more families. James Clyburn, Milpitas, Milpetians first, approve taxing cannabis. Edward Lloyd, Milpitas first, support taxing cannabis sales. Fu-Lin Hao, 271 Buskirk Street, Milpitas. Dear council members, please vote no to cannabis tax, no marijuana, come to Milpitas. Jay Miller, Milpitas, put it on the ballot. I support the cannabis tax measure. Anna Maria De Fiore, Milpitas, please, or put Milpitas first, yes to taxing cannabis sales. Deanna Weber, Milpitas, residents deserve to vote. I support a cannabis tax. Eddie Zhang, Valmy Drive, Milpitas. I am a U.S. citizen and longtime Milpitas resident. We have permanent ban on commercial cannabis in the city 2 years ago. The motion was proposed by Mayor Rich Tran and voted by Anthony Fan and Bob and rest of the council members. Now, why during this pandemic, when people are stressed about COVID-19, Rich, Anthony, and Bob brought back this topic? So permanent does not mean permanent. Then what else from these city council members can be trusted? I personally believe that they are not credible, accountable, or responsible. As a U.S. citizen, Milpitas resident, and registered voter, I strongly oppose any measure on cannabis. Please vote against this measure. Thank you, Eddie. Yashen Pai, 463 Donahue Place, Milpitas. I strongly oppose any cannabis business or tax in the city of Milpitas. We have people dying every day due to the pandemic. We don't want to see more deaths in our city and country. God save and bless Milpitas and USA. J. San Pedro, Milpitas, we could put that tax revenue to good use. I approve marijuana sales tax. Angela Liang, Milpitas, we could put that tax revenue to good use. I approve marijuana sales tax. Shauna Carr, Milpitas, we need a cannabis tax. Jen Hernandez, Milpitas, we should be taxing it. I endorse a cannabis tax. Ansh Warrior, Milpitas, we need the money. Please say yes to cannabis tax. Aaron Vendrell, Milpitas, yes on a cannabis tax measure. Adam Kaluba, Milpitas, yes on a cannabis tax measure. Barbara Glazes, Milpitas, yes on a cannabis tax measure. Gary McFarland, Milpitas, yes on cannabis tax measure. John Turner, Milpitas, yes on cannabis tax measure. Jody Moore, as a parent, I strongly believe, 1136 Hermina Street. As a parent, I strongly believe that we should not bring cannabis business to Milpitas. Unfortunately, there is this outside lobby, and these are same guys who support gambling, bingo, etc. in Milpitas. They need to stop greasing the palms of our city officials. Patrick Wong, 1315 Mary Loop. No to cannabis business and tax in the city of Milpitas. It will cause the big potential safety issue in our community. Please do the research on how many people are using the cannabis in the city of Milpitas. How much tax will be generated from it? And value is a human life. I strongly oppose the cannabis business in the city of Milpitas. And I'll read one more and then turn it over to the next person. And the last one, Lisa Brown, Milpitas, yes on cannabis tax measure. So I ended the 6:29, and the next one will be the first one at 6:30.
Mary, you want me to go?
Thank you, Ned.
That would be great. Thank you, Ashwini. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Ashwini.
Min Nguyen from Milpitas, yes on a cannabis tax measure. Rochelle Merto, Milpitas, yes on a cannabis tax measure. Anthony Men, Milpitas, yes, please, on a cannabis tax measure. Jennifer Hammer, Milpitas, yes, please, on a cannabis tax measure. Lacey Parham, Milpitas, yes, please, on a cannabis tax measure. Archana More, 1136 Hermina Street, no new taxes and no new drugs and cannabis in Milpitas. Please stop these crooked people from destroying Milpitas. They are mostly from other cities And we have crooked promoters like Armando who promote these proposals. Ted Podsadecki, 591 Shelley Court, Milpitas. No cannabis business and tax in the city of Milpitas. If anything damage to the city or people die because of it, the people who vote yes should be responsible. No cannabis business in the city of Milpitas forever. Lincoln, Elkwood Drive, Milpitas. Please do not rush new tax measures without an updated cannabis framework and public outreach. How can the public make an informed decision when the city of Milpitas has not presented any cost recovery info? Do you know City of Campbell's 2017 cannabis ballot measures clearly showed that it costs $970,000 a year to regulate 3 dispensaries? That is a net loss of $420,000 per year on a $550,000 tax measure. Also, state legislators are still tweaking cannabis regulators, including initiatives to reduce cannabis tax. There is no legal cannabis banking system yet. 13 out of 15 cities in Santa Clara County and 80% of California have opted to ban them. It would be prudent for Milpitas to wait until state regulation settles down and realistic costs and community impacts are understood. Thank you. Chris Martin, 1850 Blue Spruce Court. I have been listening to these comments from the beginning. I've heard the address 380 Montague Expressway used over a dozen times. That is the address of the Ark Baptist Church. This is the type of tactics used by a small congregation trying to control city policy. Don't fall for it. Let us vote. So, Fan, please vote no on cannabis tax measures, and we really need a new city council. Our council members are very unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same city council in 2018 voted 4-0 to permanently ban cannabis stores, while just after 18 months, the same city council wanted to bring back cannabis tax and stores on the table. We have Mayor Rich Tran, Anthony Fan, Bob Nunez who request to discuss cannabis tax measure in April city meeting, and then in May city meeting, they wanted to take it out. Suddenly on May 14, a 24-hour notice brought back cannabis tax at city special meeting. The city council broke their word not once, not twice, but 3 times in 18 months. We really need some change. Mei Wen Wang, 305 Silver Lake Court, Milpitas. I strongly oppose cannabis business in the city of Milpitas. Who will be responsible if we see more people are dying because of this? I believe our mayor and council members are wise enough to come up with a better positive project to generate the money for our city. Please save people's life. Too many people are dying already. Zhao Zhang, not now. Why vote the cannabis tax measure now? Why vote this in such a sneaky way? Can we debate this after the pandemic? How much burden do you want to put on the people living in Milpitas? It's a repeat comment. No name, just says no cannabis. Joseph Son, 380 Montague Expressway. I am the pastor at Ark Baptist Church. I support the cannabis tax measure. The adult members of my congregation are proud members of the Christian cannabis community. Bimal Gadavi, vote against it. Please stop this. Sean Shen, no weeds in Milpitas, strongly disagree on this proposal. Diana, no on cannabis tax and or pot shop in our city, Milpitas. According to, and there's a website, AmericanAddictionCenters.org, marijuana rehab, effects of marijuana on teenage brain. Teens who regularly use marijuana lose an average of 5.8 IQ points by the time they reach adulthood. If we have pot shop in our city, it gives wrong impressions to teenagers and more easy access to them. This is not what I want to see our Milpitas teenage has to go through. Mayor Tran, You have your right to feed cannabis to your whole family, but don't drag others into it. Wei Zhang, I would like to express that my entire family strongly oppose the proposed cannabis tax ballot measure. Please vote no on this issue. Thank you. Jasmine,
Ashwini, if I may pause it for a moment.
sure.
Can you repeat the last email that mentioned me? What I couldn't hear clear. They something. This is my request here. They said something about.
From
Sure.
Diana.
It said, Mayor Tran, you have your right to feed cannabis to your whole family, but don't drag others into it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jasmine Ye, no on cannabis measure. Sharon Kwang, 1746 View Drive, Milpitas. No commercial marijuana in Milpitas. Is that it, Mary? I don't have any more.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I'm pleased to report to you that is nearly the last one. As soon as we
Okay.
report that, something comes in. So let me read what's there, Ashwini.
Okay, thanks.
One more has arrived. This comment is from Gilbert O'Donnellan, Terra Mesa Way, Milpitas. Dear City Council folks, prohibition makes no sense. Cannabis is legal, so the government needs to treat it now like any other business. We desperately need additional tax revenue, so please make sure you allow, license, and tax all delivery and sales businesses for cannabis. Don't focus on the screamers and organized churchgoers and self-proclaimed city activists. They only speak for themselves, not for all of us. Yes, listen to them, but don't allow their 100 times copy and paste campaigns to divert the attention from the real issues. Regardless what you think of cannabis, it is legal, so license and tax it. Don't make people criminals by senselessly prohibiting it in Milpitas. For the moment, that's the end of the comments.
Thank you very much, Mary. I appreciate it very much. Let me check in with the city manager real quick. In terms of public comments, as long as the item's up for discussion, we're accepting all comments, or can we make a informed decision here about the comment? Chris, what's the protocol?
No, thank you, Mayor Tran. I think if you get to a point where there are no more comments, and I think the city clerk has indicated that, you could essentially stop at this point and
Okay, great.
take it back to council.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going somewhere tonight. So I want to thank all city staff for the teamwork. Together, everyone achieved more public comments. And I want to thank Mary, our city clerk. I want to thank our deputy city clerk, Pam. I want to thank Ned. I saw Ned in there. Always great hearing Ned's voice. Very soothing and calming, if I may. I also want to thank Renee. I'm always positive hearing from Renee and Ashwini. Yes, I want to thank Ashwini as well. Steve, I was waiting for Steve, but he's going to get the next one. Yeah.
Maybe the next
Chris, where were you, Chris? But I know you're listening. You're taking notes. I appreciate that. No, on the lighter side of things, this is what democracy is all about. And I love it. And I thank members of the public for all the comments. Our Baptist Church sounds like a great congregation there. I would love to get an invite sometime if folks are watching, Pastor. I would love to visit. I live a little closer to Montague, so I can maybe walk even. So thank you very much. But to the order of the business with the agenda item, it appears to be two proposals there. One being about public safety, and the other one being as a discussion, the cannabis sales tax. So if I may, I would like to direct the conversation in that order. And first is the public safety proposed sales tax measure. I do see virtual hands up. I'd like for a fresh reset of the virtual hands, seeing that we are going to first discuss the public safety sales tax proposal. I see Walter here, our Director of Finance, Mr. Rossman, yes. But the hands can stay up, your choice. But I do want to refresh the discussion. And so first, let's talk about public safety. I am thankful that we are here tonight discussing this proposal and that my colleagues and I share the priority for public safety. We do have a margin in the sales tax, and it's a small margin that and it really is a piece of all sales tax, and there's a maximum on the sales tax. For all the folks watching at home, I want to just go to Mr. Rossman real quick. Can you please let, for the public's knowledge, what is the current sales tax here in Milpitas if I were to go down to a grocery outlet and pick up some oranges and I would pay a sales tax? What's the current sales tax, and what is the maximum
There's no
sales
tax.
tax that may be allowed under the law? And what is the percentage that we're discussing tonight as a proposal? No, the audio will wait. We'll wait just a tad bit here until I hear you, Mr. Rossman. But
Okay, my
phone is
yes, that's
Okay,
it.
I'm
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Okay,
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
So there's really several things I want to mention first. That the sales tax rate in the city is 9%. Number one, the city receives 1 percentage point of that sales tax. So although a resident pays 9% at the grocery outlet or at the kind of store, the city only receives 1% of that actual payment. So on 1% in revenue is about $28 million. So 0.25% is about $7 million.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for the clarification, for the information and constant education. And so that's what we're discussing tonight in terms of the proposal for a public safety oriented increase in our local Milpitas sales tax. And I want to thank our staff for presenting the information with the slides. It's just key to understand our options as we discuss this potential tax measure for the ballot this November. I am certainly a huge proponent of putting this tax measure on the ballot to increase our sales tax. I guess you could say net. I know it's a tricky word to use in finance, but I look at it like a net, and to increase our revenues. And this would be strictly for our public safety infrastructure in seeking a 2/3 vote from the Americans here all across Milpitas. I think it's critical that we really support this proposal tonight, quite frankly, because of the reality that we're in, and being understanding with COVID-19, and even if COVID-19 were not the experience that we are in for this time period of our lives, I look at our financials for our CIP and the needs that we have for our public safety. We've been presented information at prior meetings about our police station. We've all been to our police station. The residents know where the police station is located, and we've seen cost estimates for our police station. It is, I think, beginning to the discussion for a new police station, I think even begins at 20 million, if not more. Can I look to staff? What is the cost estimate for, I think Walter, you had presented a slide for that. What are we looking at in terms of the cost for a new police station, one that is equipped for the 21st century? No, I'm sorry. It's your audio again. You can leave it on.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So I invite Steve Erickson to also speak, but what we talked about at the April 14th study session is that the police station, a total rebuild, would cost about $190 million. But if Steve wants to give more detail, I invite him to do that.
Thank you very much for that update. And so that's an astounding number that we have here. And if we look at our other public safety of the fire department, fire station number 2 is underway. We are, as we all know, in the early stages of getting fire station 2 to 21st century structure. And looking at fire station 3 and 4 and the growth of our city here in Silicon Valley, we need to really leverage the opportunities in our community by the voters to find a source of funding for our public safety infrastructure. Now, currently, as we serve, we are in a pivotal moment for our city government. It is really the best time to serve during an extraordinary time. Now, if we look at what we've done with a sewer and what we've done with a water, we've taken out bonds to fund those projects as they are in great need. I would be very, very concerned to consider to take out several or multiple or additional bonds. I am a firm believer in paying for things with cash up front or financing really with cash of sorts. And so with this $0.25 tax proposed tax measure for the ballot, I strongly believe that this can be the answer to our public safety infrastructure. The same buildings where folks check in to put on their uniform and badge to protect our community and our families, as well as the fire stations where they're really a home away from home for firefighters who work shifts that go on end. In terms of the options that were set forth by our city staff, thank you very much. I wholly believe that that is a critical decision as well. And for Milpitas residents, whom we all know very well, it is not a simple or easy a decision to raise any sort of tax. But the Milpitas community has made decisions in recent times to support what's most important, such as education with the recent school bond, which was approved overwhelmingly. The residents will look to any proposed tax measure very closely. And I believe that it is imperative to go for the 2/3 vote and solely direct funds to our public safety. This proposed tax measure, if approved, will be the most important decision by our community, the voters of Milpitas, the most important decision for their public safety for the rest of our century and our lifetimes. That is how important this proposed sales tax increase will be to Milpitas. And so tonight, we as a city council will make a decision to change the course of our city's public safety for the rest of this century, or go other ways, respectfully, or to find other revenue sources, which are in dire need. And if we have other options that are available that can be as impactful or more, I am one to listen and consider all options. But here and now, on this Friday evening, as we sit during the most challenging times of possibly our lives and the city, we have the opportunity to make a decision for the rest of the century and the safety of our community. I'll conclude my remarks on this proposal that I'm thankful for to be discussion tonight. I'd like to conclude that the other option for the 50+1, I have great concerns and questions about the confidence of that, understanding the voter base, our community, the neighbors and the families, fiscal management, financial management, and fiscal discipline, if I may, are key aspects of our jobs in leadership. And Milpitas residents are very, very strict on ensuring that our dollars are spent for specific purposes. That is the key, I believe, for this proposed public safety sales tax measure to be successful here in Milpitas. So thank you for being an audience here for the last few minutes, and I look forward to a healthy discussion on this proposed public safety sales tax measure, an increase of 0.25. Okay, here we go. Next up with the virtual hand, I see Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate your words. And I just have a couple of questions that maybe could help me understand this a little more. So, staff, if you could please explain to me the infrastructure that the sales tax would support. Would it be for, I just want to make sure that the public and myself understand, it's just to build a new police station, but not staffing, correct?
That is correct. Sales tax measure generates about, I believe, $115 million in debt, what that was the issue with the sales tax. Mm-hmm. Which, as you know, the building costs were about 190 with a very, very preliminary estimate. I mean, we have not gone into it.
Okay. When was our police station built? What year was it built?
Tony or Steve?
Good evening, Council. It was in construction in October of 1990.
Oh, 1990? That's actually fairly new. I work in a building, so many of you know, I am proud to work for a law enforcement agency, and our police station was built like in the 50s or 60s. So 1990 is actually not that bad. My second question is, did we ask our chief if this was a priority for him, or did we reach out to the POA to ask for a statement on this item? And if so, is it available?
Chief Corpus, do you want to respond?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. So the priority for us is actually to have a building that's safe for us to work in. And so, and I think you can, or I'm sorry, Steve Erickson can speak to it, but there's some structural issues with the building meeting code today. We have problems of leakage. We have problems of mold in the building. The air conditioning has not worked well or properly for probably more than 15 years. There's been a lot of problems since we've been in the building. So the priority for us is not necessarily replacing the building. I think as a city, we're evaluating the cost benefit to a new building versus repairing the current one. But there is significant repairs needed in this building.
Not a problem. Thank you so much, Chief. Could I ask you one more question? what are our staffing levels like right now? Are we at capacity, or what's the number for our staffing levels as of right now?
So we're currently funded 126 employees. That's 93 funded sworn positions. The remainder would be professional staff.
I'm sorry, the remainder would be what?
The remainder would be professional staff. That would include our dispatchers, our records clerks, our community service officers, and evidence technicians.
Would you say, so I heard you say that the city manager, if we looked at the repairs for the building in itself, do we have an estimate of what those repairs would be versus building a brand new building? Or assist or Shuni?
Yes, we do, and I will have Steve Erickson speak to it, but I believe the repairs themselves and also the fact that staff would have to be relocated while the work was being done because it's extensive seismic retrofit. I believe that preliminary estimate was about 100 million. And Steve, you please chime in if it's a different amount.
Hi, Ashwini, that's correct. The CIP currently has about 26.5 million in, I think, just repairs to the police public works building. However, those repairs would require, or probably require portions of the building kind of being sealed off, which I think would make operations for the police department rather difficult. So that's not really the recommended way to go. We're thinking the better approach is actually to replace that building and build something new that allows for expansion as well.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I may, I forgot to add something in response to Councilmember Dominguez's question. So we have been in the building for about 30 years, but we find that we're outgrowing the building as well. And so I believe in some of this assessment is considered the projected growth of our staff. And are we able to accommodate future growth in the current building? And the answer is probably no.
So, yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, I was going to ask about that because some of the things that I have experienced is that, at least in our city, we built a brand new substation and then we faced a recession and we had to drop our numbers of staff, and then that station was empty for a couple of years. So that is a concern that I do have on this a little right now. And so you did say that the total cost to replace it would be 190 million. I just want to make sure that my numbers are correct. To build a new station?
The rough estimates at this point are about 190.
And then to fix it is 100.
Ballpark.
Perfect.
If I can ask Steve Erickson, I just want to make sure he's including in his assessment not just the repairs of our current building being at approximately 100 million. Did that include the expansion or additions to the current building if the building was repaired?
The 26 or the 100, that doesn't really include expansion. It's just kind of fixing leaks, HVAC, lighting, other I guess daily infrastructure needs that you need to stay in that building. It's not really providing anything for expansion.
Okay. And the other one is? Yeah. Okay, correct. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and yield my time. I have no more further questions at the time. Thank you so much, Chief.
All right, next up we have Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Thank you very much. Walter, can you go back to I think it's the last two slides.
Can you bring up the slides, please?
No, I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking back to me.
IT staff, no. Sorry.
So I was looking right at you, so I thought we were in the conversation still. Okay. The last two.
Do you want to go back? I mean, front. I don't know.
The cannabis measure ones, Vice Mayor?
So I know it was the recommendation.
Mhm.
So no, not this one, since we're dealing with the first one. So is that the last one for? Oh,
Yes.
okay, sales tax. There you go. So was there a slide that showed both the? Let's see. Okay, this is one of them. Thank you. So first, city manager, Steve, I want to make sure that what we have before us tonight was our request by the city council, correct?
That's correct. Some of this is.
I can
based
barely
on-
hear you. I can barely hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, can you hear me now
Okay.
better?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, this is in part based on our Tuesday city council budget study session presentation. And that includes the two options here, the general purpose versus the specific purpose tax measure. So that is,
Okay.
both are before you.
Okay. So, so I want to keep that in mind because I'm going to circle back to that. With that in mind, I think I understand the public safety infrastructure and the 2/3, and then the general purpose measure, which brings in fewer dollars, it looks like, right? Because the other one says not.
Go ahead.
No, they're bringing the same amount of dollars.
Correct.
Okay, okay. So with that, I'm looking at that, and I'm trying to think through why we are looking at this to do it now, as opposed to, if I go now to this last slide for this, which is the recommendation for this sales tax measure.
No, go back, Matthias, please. Yeah, the next steps one, right, Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes.
The recommendation for both though was, so maybe I took the recommendation for both was from staff was no, or was that just for one? The cannabis.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. So we looked at both. Even for the sales tax, it's really tight. But if we were doing a general purpose sales tax, we could pull fairly quickly. For the cannabis, it's going to require a lot of additional analysis unless the council wanted to move forward with, all of the information that was the outcome of the 2018 effort. So for cannabis, we felt like we needed much more time. For sales tax, it's still tight, but we felt like if council wanted us to move forward, we could on a pretty protracted timeline.
Okay. So on this one, is there any way to do a blended one where the money would be both specific and general?
You would actually do, if we could go to the previous slide, Matthias, please. So if you look at what Walter was explaining before, Vice Mayor, the general purpose measure allows you to be flexible. You could use it in certain years, you could use it for just essential services. And in other years, you could use it as debt service to fund infrastructure. And again, we put public safety infrastructure here because that's what we'd heard in council meetings, but it could fund any infrastructure. To put it on the ballot, you either have to say it's general purpose or specific purpose. You cannot blend because it's a different voter threshold.
Okay.
The approval is different.
And as I recall, Walter, is it a 10% threshold? I mean, a cap on sales tax?
So there is a statewide 10% cap, but what's more important to us is a 2% local cap. And that's why we are capped with a 0.25%.
And that's all no matter what, that's all we could go. correct?
Unless there's legislative action at the state, and with the legislative action at the state, which takes time, we could request the state to increase the cap.
Okay. So looking at this, is having the dollars specific to a building, and driving by not only some of those empty, I think there was an empty police substation in San Jose, but also some fire stations that were empty, and the empty Fremont fire station over off of Dixon Landing. Having dollars specific to a structure is difficult for me to say that's the way I'd like to go. Number one. Number two, I do know that if there's only 1/4 cent left, I know that sales in general have gone down. So the sales tax, even that we're counting on, has gone down. So what are you saying that you expect out of this? Because I see the 5 to 7.1, right?
So the reason why I put the range there is because of the uncertainty of the revenue source, given where we are today. I just was very conservative with the 5. So the max I can see for next fiscal year will be 7.1, but I believe it will be less.
Okay. And so what did we get last year?
In actuals, let me get that.
Okay.
About just over north of 28 million for the last fiscal year. I know it was adjusted at the end to reflect.
Okay.
It's about right, 27 to 28.
Okay. So we're talking about between 4 and 5 million in additional dollars, but not until 21-22. Is that when you would expect these dollars to come in?
If the sales tax measure passes in November, it goes effect, I believe, on April 1st. It takes about 4 months. I don't think we managed to do this by January 1.
Okay. So for me, I like the much more flexibility. So it's the general purpose with the ability to still look at some of the structure, the infrastructure, but also the ability to look at staffing, still having the money for specifically public safety, but also that would include staff and the infrastructure. So I don't know who's turning pages, but it's not me. But if we have enough time to do this, to get it on the ballot, that's great. But if not, I don't want to rush it. 1/4%, if that's all we have available, I want to make sure that we can hit the mark. And I do know that takes a lot of going out to the public, talking to both fire and police, getting what their needs are, making sure that we can look at how we would spend those dollars and what the sequencing would be. Lastly, what would the cost of this kind of campaign be? I keep hearing that number of 240,000, but is any of that with regard to this tax measure too, or is this separate? So
the cost for a sales tax measure we estimate to be $90,000.
Okay.
including the kind of the informational outreach.
So where would you get those dollars?
So it would have to be funded from from reserves. So we have not included any kind of those costs at this time in the proposed budget.
I heard that. So, one of the things we said is you can't just take them out of reserves just because they're there. So what would not get done to take those $90,000 and use them to fund this campaign?
Well, let me reframe this because I just realized that the costs which we have to incur this fiscal year, the costs we have to incur next fiscal year. So if there's $40,000 for polling, which has to happen this fiscal year, we would take it out of the appropriate contingency reserve, which is for unanticipated expenditures.
So then that's the 40,000.
That's the 40,000.
Okay.
If then the council directs us to go forward with a ballot measure, once you get the polling from us, depending on when this direction will happen, but will probably be after the adoption of the budget. At that time, we could also include as part of the budget process a cost already allocated to departments to pay for the additional $50,000.
City manager? Are you there?
Oh, sorry, I was just looking for my mute button.
I can't hear you.
You know, let me plug this in.
Tried both ways of using the audio.
Oh, there you go. That's
So
much
yes,
better.
sorry. Yeah. So yes, I did hear your question, and when you're asking me if that's okay or where that would come from, I think Walter was explaining out of the budget.
Right.
We would either distribute that cost across the departments, and if you're asking me what my opinion is that we would look at that as an investment and it's into one of the 4 strategies that we laid out in your budget study session to fill upcoming gaps that will continue over the next few years to weather through this recession and to maintain the best possible way our services that the residents enjoy today.
And so you're recommending a sales tax increase of 1/4 cent in 2020 or in 2022?
In 2020. So
Okay.
if we have direction today, we believe we could prepare and have everything ready for 2020.
Okay. And okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And next up here with the virtual hand, Councilmember Carmen Montano. Your audio, and we will listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor
No, you're
Tran.
great. Yeah.
Here I was rambling on. If you could please put up the PowerPoint, please. There you go. On the previous one. There you go. Okay, so we're here to discuss the purpose of this 1/4 cent sales tax. It's 1/4 of a penny. So we have two options, general purpose measure, and we have a specific purpose measure. The specific purpose measure is a little bit hard to pass, 2/3 vote. You need 75% of the voters to pass that. Plus it's dragged on 30 years. Voters don't usually want to have a debt of 30 years. Also, I like the fact that it's both up 115 million would be the debt amount. And then I like the general purpose measure because it's very diverse. You can do more than just hone in on just public safety. This one has preserve essential services and fund public safety. So I like the fact that it has those 2 things. So we're able to do more. And the reason why I would go with this one is because we need to make sure that our roads are fixed. We need to make sure that Public Works has the equipment to do the to service the community, the roads, the lights, make sure that they have all they need, you know, utilities, and also the sewer, the storm drains. So people need to have, the community needs to be sustained and maintained. It's great if we could do just concentrate on one thing, public safety. I love our fire and police, but we need to take care of the people too. It has to be a balance. This is why I would propose to move with a general purpose measure. And nobody likes to be taxed, but because of this pandemic, our TOT taxes have plummeted. Those are the hotel taxes. Our sales tax have plummeted. And all those sales tax, all that revenue comes in the general fund, and that's how we serve the public with all this, we serve with the roads, the parks, all that infrastructure. So there's a deficit there. So what we're doing is we're trying to pass a 1/4 cent sales tax for the shortfalls that are coming. We are in a recession right now. And we're trying to take a proactive approach and ask the voters to make sure that we are not impacted, that our city is well taken care of. So this is, to me, this is a proactive approach. It's an investment to make sure that we're not hit hard. We're one of the better cities because of our, in the region, and because we've been fiscally responsible. And I feel that this 1/4 cent sales tax will make sure that our citizens get served. So I would, I'm going for the general purpose measure, as Vice Mayor also was leaning towards that general purpose measure as well. So those are my thoughts, and I'm hoping that the voters will go for this general purpose measure to protect them. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Councilmember Montano.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. I appreciate that. Just looking at the virtual hands, just going in order. I do see Mr. Rossman. He is on the, I want to recognize him on the column I'm looking at. He's the next row. Mr. Rossman, did you want to say something? I see your virtual hand in that order.
Yeah, yes, please, Mayor. Thank you very much. I just want to clarify on the slide when we talk of general purpose measures, the reason why I wrote up to $150 million in debt, thanks for bringing that up. You see it right there at the bottom, up to. That depends on the amount of years we get the sales tax. If the sales tax is 7 to 8 years, then we cannot generate that much debt or issue that much debt. If it's for 30 years, we can. And the reason why I wrote a minimum period, that's typically what voters have approved, that a short-term sales tax measure for general purpose. And then once it gets approved once, and then it gets renewed, and the subsequent 7 to 8 years from now, at that juncture, the voters already have incurred the tax, and they're more likely to then permanently tax themselves at a 1/4% extra.
Okay.
Very well.
For that clarification.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Yep, you're welcome. Okay, next virtual hand, Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. So can you pull up the polling data that was done the last time we had the discussion on general taxes? Rather, and also in the March elections, I saw that there was a number there that it was 68% of the taxes, the general taxes that passed were general taxes. Does anybody have the margins of the taxes that passed? What was the general margin? Or
so if I may clarify, so in March 2020, for local revenue measures, which we have had in the state of California, there were 34 city general taxes measures of which 23 passed or 68%.
23 passed at 68%. Is that what I'm hearing?
23 of the,
at
23 measures passed out of 34, and that represents 68%.
Okay. But the margin was like, is it in the
close.
50 range? Yeah, exactly.
Let me look through this report and I'll get back to you.
Sure, thank you. And the reason I ask is that, you know, the difference, one of the differences between a special tax and a general tax is threshold to get it passed by the voters. 2/3 requirement for the special tax. If you know, a good amount of the taxes that had passed were above 67%, you know, it makes me a lot more comfortable with moving forward, and should give all of us more confidence that you know, voters generally want to know, like to know, you know, where their taxpayer dollars are going to go towards. They find comfort in that, and so I think you know, that's something to consider as well. Personally, you know, whether it be a general tax or a special tax, it doesn't really matter to me. I want to make sure that we do get something on the ballot, though, to generate that revenue. So, and of course, yes, we absolutely that we have the discretion to spend it how we will. It could very well be likely, or I'm sorry, it could be the case that we devote all the money towards you know, the public safety infrastructure from general tax. However, you know, that requires restraint from our end. That requires discipline from our end, and you know, but I'll let you know, the rest of you deliberate on that.
So I have the information if you would like to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So again, going back to March 2020, there were a total of 23 measures which passed, and the passing rate went from 50% all the way to 82.6%. The top three measures in the passing were an extension of an existing tax. So that goes back to what I mentioned before. Once the tax is in place, the voters are more likely to continue that tax. Of the ones which were new taxes, yeah, go ahead.
The taxes that the taxes that you're referring to, what kind of tax were they?
Also, these were all additional sales tax measures.
Were they specific taxes, or special taxes, or were they general taxes?
Oh, the general purpose.
General. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, and thank you, Mr. Rossman, continuing to provide information as always. I appreciate you. All right, you can lower your virtual hand, my friend, Mr. Rossman. And we will go down the line here. Next up here, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Walter, I think we all got an email that talked about a parcel tax that the school district just got, or just went through an election. And what I thought I heard you talking about sort of described the same kind of process. So maybe I should start with, can cities do parcel taxes?
Cities can. The threshold for voter approval for a parcel tax for cities is 2/3, and I believe for school districts is only 55%.
Okay. Are the limitations on how you spend the money the same? Or what? Yes, differently. What are the limitations on how you can spend the money?
Usually parcel taxes are dedicated towards a specific purpose. They're like a special purpose tax, and they may be limited to infrastructure only.
Okay, so that is different than school districts. Okay. Are those, when can you put those on the ballot?
I will, before you go, I go back, I was just looking, even school parcel taxes require 2/3 of voter approval. So now coming back to your question, you can put the parcel tax on the ballot by August 7th. It's the same process.
Okay, same process. Okay, thank you. Those are just my questions.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate you. I will take a moment here after listening to my colleagues. I listened closely, equally to the Vice Mayor and Council Member Montano, and I want to change my position from the 2/3 voters votes needed to the 50+1. I think Councilmember Montano brought up some really fine points that I actually believe in very much. And so I want to add that to the conversation that for this proposed tax that I'm thankful for discussion tonight. I will be now leaning towards the 50+1. I know people are happy to hear that. They're not smiling, but next up here, Council Member Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'm not smiling because I don't like to put taxes on people, especially when there's no money. So I'll be honest, I'm having a little hard time with that. I know that we're all experiencing some shortfalls, and I'm just concerned of raising taxes but I also know how important public safety is. As like I said, as a member that works in a law enforcement agency, I personally believe, and what I've seen is that staffing levels is very important to ensure the safety of our communities. So I really like what Councilmember Montano said in terms of the public safety component, and that you could do more with the general, as well as what Vice Mayor Nunez said, right? Taking the time to ask our community, I believe, is really, really important as we move through this process. So I think that in debating, it sounds like to me, and staff maybe help me understand this process, because in conversations with our community, I did make over 300 calls, and there was a lot of questions around this. And so it sounds like if we would move this forward today, there would be a polling, and then that poll would come back to us for further direction, correct?
That's correct.
So at the time, if we saw the polling not be at that 50+1 threshold, then at that point we could go ahead and revisit that direction, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that's true, that I'm understanding it correctly. I definitely, again, I love the flexibility, and I definitely want to make sure that we are supporting our public safety in our community. And so at this time, I'm okay with moving forward with the general tax as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have with the virtual hand, our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add to our Finance Director's response to Councilmember Phan's question. We do have information about special sales tax measures as well, special purpose from March 2020. And of those, only 2 out of 11 passed. So most of them failed. And they were actually focused either on mostly public safety, and then there were a few on transportation. And most of them did not, as I said, only 2 out of 11 passed.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. 2 of 11, what kind of taxes were
these were sales tax, but special purpose sales tax measures. So only 2 out of the 11 made it. And the special purpose was primarily public safety or transportation.
Public safety or transportation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashwini. I do want to make a point here that this proposed sales tax slight increase is not going to simply tax our Milpitas neighbors. our daytime population prior to work from home, which will return to growth, was 40,000. And even now, with industries that are operating, we do see our daytime population increase still. And so we are providing a sales tax increase for our visitors here in town. And this potential measure, which I believe will be passed because there will be a lot of support for it, I feel, will also apply to corporations. And I don't mind a very slight increase in some sales tax for business-to-business sales if the company is happy to be here in Milpitas, utilizing our public safety, our fire enforcement, our building codes, our planning department, our fire marshals. And so I don't mind a slight tax increase for corporations that are doing sales here in town, such as IGenics, who's providing the testing. Yes, you read my mind. And so with BART anticipating, amid the COVID, we are thinking forward. And I know the Vice Mayor, Bob Nunez, is over at the VTA pouring everything possible in his capacity as a board member to ensure that goes well, to really the most well. And Milpitas is on the BART map now. And at some point, with great faith, there will be a vaccine, medicine for COVID-19, that there will be a return to normalcy, such as other pandemics that our nation has faced over the past approximately 100 years. So I don't burden the proposed slight sales tax increase on our shoulders or our neighbors' shoulders, but as a greater whole. And I can go on. We do have places like the largest outdoor shopping mall, Asian style Milpitas Square in Northern California. We do have the largest outlet indoor mall in Northern California with over 220 shops pre-COVID and post-COVID with the Great Mall of the Bay Area. And so with all the questions that we now must have to answer through this pandemic, we will answer those questions one by one, even if it takes months and years as needed. So that is the faith. That is the faith that we have. I hope we have, and I have tonight. So thank you very much. Next up here, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
Yeah, and just a few closing points. I also don't like imposing taxes really on anyone. But if I'm not mistaken, Walter, that quarter cent, if another agency, county agency wide comes in and they take that quarter cent, then we can't do anything. We cannot increase it. We can't bring it into Milpitas, correct?
So it's complicated. The countywide, two agencies already have achieved the local cap. It's the city of San Jose and the city of Campbell. But what could happen, this is the state legislative action, those could be authorized to exceed the cap, and countywide, a new measure could be brought forward by a countywide agency, such as VTA or the county themselves. So what I'm saying is, there's probably a possibility legally to make this happen. Could it happen by November 2020? I don't think so.
But I do think by 2022, I think it could happen. And so this is a way to protect, I believe this is a way to protect ourselves and make sure that we get those dollars needed for Milpitas. So that's one of the reasons I'm supportive of this. Yeah. And number two, I think that if we're going to receive those dollars, let's identify where they go now, because Steve, and you can help me if I'm looking at this in the wrong way, that allows us to free up some of the general fund dollars that we've sort of looked at for long-term projects in public safety and move those around a little bit.
That's
Because I
absolutely
think,
correct.
okay, so I think that, and I can't remember, I think it was Councilperson Montano who said that there really is a recession. So I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. And this allows us now to sort of not make reductions if in fact this passes. So I think we are better off with this on. And it does show the foresight, Mayor, that you talked about at the very onset. So I think it really is a good move on the part of the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, and always strategic in stating your perspectives. And so I appreciate that. And a heartfelt touch at the end with preventive measures, no pun intended, but a preventive measure to really think about our organization going forward and limiting or minimizing the negative impacts from what Councilmember Montano said, which is other recession, which Vice Mayor, you said will probably get worse before it gets better. So I appreciate your comments. Next up with the virtual hand, we have Councilmember Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. And I like how you elevated your tone of voice. All right. I just wanted to make a few comments with Vice Mayor had mentioned that we should move forward with this. And again, it's to minimize the impacts. The things are going to get worse. Look at all the stores that are closed. Money is not moving. We're not getting the sales tax. We're not getting the revenues into our city to provide services to our community. So it is important, and I do feel that other cities are going to be pushing for a parcel, not a parcel, but maybe a parcel, some kind of tax, sales tax. And I think we need to move on it, lock in, because they might go to the state legislature and say, hey, can you bend the rules? And we want to make sure that we already have this locked in. Also, I wanted to make a comment on Bob had mentioned about possible parcel tax. I'm going to give my 2 cents. I don't think we should go that route. And I'm telling you the reason why is because parcel tax are property taxes. People are tired of, because all these special districts are putting on all these taxes, and that raises property taxes. So these parcel taxes what I'm trying to say is the middle class, the homeowners, they're the ones that are paying these property taxes, these parcel taxes, and they're being affected. Many have gotten laid off, many have lost their jobs. So I wouldn't go with a parcel tax. I do like what the mayor had mentioned, that we have visitors that come in from different cities, different towns, and they spend their money here for goods and services. They're paying for the taxes, and that brings in revenue. So I think the sales tax is the way to go. And I would like to make a motion to approve the general sales tax.
Second.
Mayor Tran, may I just clarify?
Yes.
Is that it's not time yet? Okay.
It might be. I think Chris is always jumping in, but
Okay.
always good though. I'm excited. I want to hear. It's always something good. Come on, Chris.
Yeah, so just wanted to assist the council with the motion. I think what we'd be looking for is a motion to direct staff to proceed based on staff's direction on general sales tax. So more to come.
Okay, kudos. There you go. So
just for the general sales tax.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, so if I heard correctly, we have a motion by Councilmember Carmen Montano. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bob Nunez,
Aye.
and for myself, thank you. I like that. It was very cheery. For myself, aye as well. The motion is carried. And so we look forward to taking the next step there to think forward for Milpitas. And I think this is really a collective effort, and I appreciate everybody, as there were options to decide on, and we decided that tonight. And looking forward, I really feel confident about this, our community coming together to support this proposed general sales tax measure if and when it gets to the ballot. I feel that it'll bring our community together and it'll open up a discussion that is positive for all. So I appreciate that. And so moving on here with agenda item number 1, the second part 2, the second half. It's 2 halves. This is halftime. I know Vice Mayor Nunez has been hydrating. If you need some tea or some water, now's the time. I've been hydrating here as well with some coconut water. But moving on to the discussion for the cannabis sales tax. This is a discussion, and I do want to state my position this evening before I move forward the discussion to my colleagues. But you know, ever since the very beginning, when all the discussions were taking place in City Hall, and we had former council members and such, I think everybody has been pretty kind of heartfelt about the whole process from day one, with the issue of cannabis in its totality. And we've seen people, officials, you know, really make decisions, not just one way, but another way in the spirit of our community. So I do want to commend all of my colleagues for, you know, being a part of the journey and being here today as we have a discussion about this tonight. The purpose for my request for the issue of cannabis is really not about cannabis at all. For me, as an American, as a citizen here that is registered to vote and votes year over year, ever since I returned from the East Coast in 2014, was really to be a servant of our American public. And that meant to abide by the oath of office and to protect our freedoms, one being the democratic right to vote. And I've always encouraged folks to vote on whatever issue. The casino, the measure to protect our hillsides, divisive issues, even with something like Measure L in 2016. And for the most part, when we're engaged as a community and when we have leaders that are thoughtful, the outcome has been well. Measure R 2 years ago here in town, we were engaged and we had discussions, and that measure was a success. And it paid off very well for our community, and it will continue to pay off very well at some point sooner, I hope, than later, which I have great faith in. And then we talk about the residents' ability to vote for our school bond, which was the largest school bond in our city's history, one which I know I'm paying for. And so that was a decades type of commitment that residents made, and they voted on it. And our voters in Milpitas, I have nothing but all the greatest love and faith and confidence and realness for as they pull out their pen to mark their ballot. And I know that our residents, as long as we have engagement and leadership and transparency, will always make the right decision, either for or against. And so tonight, we have discussed, much like previous evenings a measure for the ballot. This one happens to be for a cannabis sales tax. Other measures have been for the hillside. Other measures have been for other issues. And so tonight, we look at the residents and the citizens' ability to vote for a measure. And that's how I want to start tonight's discussion as we make a decision. Do not make a decision, oppose or support. And I will always protect the citizens' right to vote here in Milpitas. Since 1954, I pay respect and homage to our four founders and those that established the great city, one of the best small cities in Silicon Valley and the state and the United States and the world. And as we look at City Hall behind our city manager, Steve McHarris, that building is symbolic of our leadership and our ability to allow for our residents to decide. And support for any issue that can be put on the ballot is not, it's not advice. If there's a measure to protect the hillside, it doesn't mean I don't want to, that I want to build on the hillside. That's not right. I have the right to decide. If I put a measure on the ballot to protect the hillside, to renew it, it doesn't mean that I'm looking to build on the hillside. And so it's really the ability for our voters to decide. And I'm really kind of watering down what's the issue at hand tonight. And so I know that in previous meetings, I had brought up a couple of proposals for tax revenue generators. We have discussed the first one, and I think that's one of the best decisions this council has made in our time together. It is a decision that will carry forward for a long time here in this century as we look to protect Milpitas and have the resources available. And so tonight now we talk about really a discussion on another tax. And so that's where I'm conflicted. Tonight, I am going to withdraw my support for this proposed cannabis sales tax measure, simply because this is a tax fatigue. And I'm afraid that this proposed cannabis sales tax measure will negatively impact our priority proposed general sales tax measure. Tax fatigue is a reality, and tonight I'm withdrawing my support for any type of cannabis sales tax measure. And it's not because of cannabis, and it's not because of my faith in democracy and the ability for residents to decide. I want to suggest that we, as a council, on a later date, to explore putting a non-tax measure on the ballot that will be lower cost, that will not require polling, for our residents to decide on the use of, well, let me rephrase that. For our residents to decide on cannabis businesses here in town, those requiring licenses to operate in manufacturing, research and development, distribution here in town. And so that will really allow for, I think, our city to support our democracy, to allow residents the right to vote, and to really get to the point of what it is they're voting on. And simply, it'll be at a lower fiscal impact in comparison to a proposed cannabis sales tax measure. And so I hope that my piece of the discussion is of value, and I appreciate your listening. And I want to continue to support the residents' right to decide here in 2020 in a different way, a non-tax way, a non-tax measure way, and one that is less of a fiscal impact on our spending here at City Hall. And that will allow supporters and proponents to really use their democratic right on the issue. With my words being said, I do want to reflect on the last meeting we had about this topic. I was not surprised, but I did not plan for the discussion for the cannabis issue to conclude. And I go down the line, and there was only one member of our city council that was proponent an advocate of the cannabis issue discussion to continue the last time we deliberated. And so I want to go to Council Member Karina Dominguez to pick up where we left off. If it wasn't for Council Member Dominguez, then we would not be discussing cannabis this evening. Council Member.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for your words. And I definitely appreciate your hindsight. And the reason that I wanted to have this discussion is for the public's transparency. I believe that we wouldn't be discussing this item if two members, along yourself and Councilmember Anthony Phan, wouldn't have brought this up in the first place. But this is where we're at. And I do believe that the public deserves a conversation, especially during the middle of a pandemic when they spent time, both sides, for and against on this issue. And as a member who wasn't part of the process last time, I felt that in the spirit of transparency and in the spirit of the oath that we took as council members to serve the public and be their voice, I felt it was very, very important to have this discussion, at least to hear their public comments. And definitely I wanted to hear what my colleagues had to say because I wasn't part of this discussion. I truly believe that when members bring ideas, and this is just anyone, and this is the way that I was trained, this is my experience, that if a member brings an idea forward and pushes it through to the agenda, I want to think that the idea has been vetted. I want to think that there's a research that has been placed into this, because what happens is time is of the essence and time is spent. Resources are spent. Staff is spent. And for us to end up in the same place we were, 2 weeks ago, when we have a list of over, I think it's at least 10 items, I believe, that we should be investing some time in to try to wrap up before this fiscal year. I personally believe that it's irresponsible for members to bring forth ideas that make it to the agenda and take up space, and they're not well vetted, they're not well researched, and are not shared completely for other members to make a decision on behalf of those that we serve. And so with that, I actually just had a couple of questions that I wanted some information on, because the idea again was brought forth by yourself and Councilmember Phan, so we wouldn't be having this discussion if that wouldn't have happened.
Well, you're the sole person to continue the discussion.
Right, but you were the one that brought the idea up. So again, I just have a question. So I don't want to go into that because I think the members that are watching us, they are putting their time and their effort to watch this meeting. And so my responsibility is to represent the voice of the over 70,000 Milpitas that we represent, and that's both sides. So there was some questions that I didn't have answers to, and so I wanted to take the time to just ask those questions. Well, the first question was just for the public. They wanted clarification of how many votes was needed in order to move this item forward in a ballot. So I don't know, Chris, if you could clarify how many votes are needed?
And thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. It all depends on how you would set up, if council wanted to proceed with the cannabis tax, how you set it up. So if it was set up as again, as a special purpose measure for earmarked for specific purposes, it would require 3 out of the 5 of you to get on the ballot. But again, a 2/3 voter approval at the ballot box. And then if you set it up as a general tax, it would take 4 out of the 5 of you to get it on the ballot. And then obviously 50% plus 1 at the ballot box.
Okay, thank you so much. The other question that I had, well, it was more in regards to the safety component. So in terms of the regulations, would that be developed by the city of Milpitas if this ever came to fruition? Would those regulations be defined by the city council?
Do you want me to take it, Chris?
Yeah, I think I would defer to our assistant city manager. She was heavily involved, I know, in the last go around, but the short of it is yes, there'd be a regulatory ordinance to address those issues.
So
Yes,
we had
and some of it would be land use regulation, and then we would also bring forward any kind of enforcement, and we would bring that all to city council, yes.
Okay, so then there would be the sensible regulations. If that's something that ever would happen, that would happen through this body. If that's the decision that would move forward. The other question, well, it was more information because I felt that this idea was brought forward again last minute. So I just wanted the opportunity to have this conversation because I wasn't part of the council and I didn't know if this information was already available. I definitely just want to make sure that our decisions are fact-driven. So in terms of crime statistics, in the future, I don't need those now, but in the future, if this item would ever come back, if you guys could maybe include that in the staff report. And I know it was because of the last minute idea that was brought forth that you didn't have enough time. So I totally understand that. The other question that was asked from our citizens in Milpitas was they wanted to know the facts of how much actual deliveries are made from San Jose to Milpitas. So we wanted, I wanted to understand that because I didn't have that information. So maybe in the future, just make sure that's included in the staff report. The other thing, the other question that the citizens of Milpitas are asking was in terms of just the revenue. I know the staff report included the revenue, but I also know that police departments have to do divisions of medical marijuana oversight. And so I would like to understand that process of who actually, if it goes to our police department, and then what resources are needed. For example, would we need extra officers to move forward that regulation? And if so, how would those be funded? So those were questions that I had that the staff report didn't answer. But again, I appreciate the time. I know the citizens of Milpitas who are watching appreciate their public comments being heard and appreciate the time that we're spending on this item. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Dominguez, did you reach out to staff in the meantime prior to this evening to request any of that information?
Absolutely. And because of the time, I actually not only reached out to staff, but I also did my own public records request with other agencies. But because this item moved so fast, I'm probably going to get them in a week or two. So in the future, I'll make sure that I share that information. If I get it, I'll also share it with staff, for that way we have as future reference. Thank you.
Okay, great. And so who is the staff member you contacted so that maybe we can contact them for the information as well?
So yeah, I think at this time, if that information comes through, again, the information was not available, so that's why I'm asking for it now. But I think, Steve, you can make sure that information gets to us once it comes through, and that's the questions that have been posed in this public forum.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for your questions. I appreciate it. But I definitely think that in the future, maybe we could move into a memo, whoever moves ideas forward, and maybe if they include that information, just basic who, what, when, why, and where, that would definitely alleviate a lot of time on both our efforts, staff's efforts, and definitely our public's efforts. But thank you very much for the question. I really appreciate it.
Councilmember Dominguez, for transparency purposes, was earlier in the meeting for announcement of conflict of interest, you stated that you've received campaign contributions from the cannabis industry?
Thank you very much, Mayor Rich Tran, for that. And yes, I have received 2 contributions from 2 friends that I have had for a really, really long time that are in the cannabis industry, and their wives. And so, like many other members, we have relationships with people we've made for a really long time. And that's why it's really important for me to have this discussion, because I do believe that both sides who are watching us today, they deserve transparency. They deserve to have this conversation. And I believe that public policy is above what we think. We're here to represent the 70,000 people that are watching us. And I believe that bringing up this topic in the middle of a pandemic only produced anxiety, division in our community, and unfortunately an uninformed idea that made it to the agenda and took the time of the staff to place into other items. So thank you so much for the question.
Thank you very much. And for the record, the last vote we had on the issue of cannabis, for the record, the latest vote, Councilmember Karina Dominguez was the sole individual elected official council member to advocate for the discussion for a cannabis sales tax to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Next
much.
up,
I
we
actually
have
would like to
Councilmember
add
Montano.
something. I was actually the only sole council member that listened to both sides. And so I would also like that to be noted in the record.
Next up, Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So in the interest of time, we started at 4. It's already 9 o'clock. I would like to just go for the vote, but however, I want clarification what we will be voting on. Is there 2 items or just 1? The land issue thing and then the actual ballot. So if you can ask Chris.
Good. Thank you, Councilmember Montano. I think it really is at the discretion of the council. This is just direction to staff. So I think if you wanted to explore any of these, we would take that direction. And if you did not, we would also take that direction.
So I would not like to explore it. I just want to move on and either vote yay or nay and move on.
Appreciate
So
you,
I-
Councilmember Montano. And before we move on, I do want to recognize our colleagues that really require
All
and
right.
deserve the opportunity to kind of
speak,
hold the microphone. I know we know you have a beautiful voice, voice of Milpitas.
No,
and we
Carmen,
know,
he's
but,
Carmen, he's talking.
Carmen needs to sing.
No, he's talking. He's talking to me, Carmen. I don't know what you're saying thank you for.
Heck, I never heard you sing.
I know, waiting on that one.
You're never going
I know.
to.
I think I've heard Bob sing one time.
I know.
Actually, it was sweet.
Oh, then we're in trouble.
It was sweet as the wind. Yeah, but I do want to go with the virtual hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it okay? I know everybody sees the virtual hand, so I do want to go with the blue hand. I see council member a fan. Yes. You guys can see the hand too, right? Okay.
Yes, thank you. So the reason why we're having this conversation, it's not because of one member or another member. I think it's probably not very productive for us to point fingers at each other. At the end of the day, the reason why we're having this conversation is revenue. The purpose of a tax is revenue. And we are projecting a shortfall in terms of revenue. When I hear that we have this pandemic going on right now. We should be focusing on that. In part, we're having this conversation because of the economic situation that this pandemic has caused. And so, I think there's been a turn of events that have been unforeseen. And, initially I had at a previous meeting, I had withdrew, I guess, my support for continuing the conversation, seeing that, there was a lack of support amongst the council. But because we're having this conversation right now, because we've already gone through the public comment, I will vote my conscience if we do end up voting, even if, I don't have the votes there. We need better informed residents. Our misinformed residents are unstable, unpredictable, and unbelievable. Please let me explain. We had the same group of people stirring up chaos in our community back in 2019. They tried to bully the school board to appoint a candidate of their liking to fill a vacancy on the board. And when they didn't get their way, the same group threw a tantrum and gathered signatures to force a special election. The same group argued that despite the high cost of a special election, the voters had a right to be heard. Now that same group is saying voters shouldn't have a say in the democratic process. The talking points have been repeated over and over. And I want to clarify a number of misconceptions and quite frankly, straight up lies. They're false information. So the notion that San Jose is not even getting much revenue from cannabis is false. This year, cannabis revenue in San Jose is the highest source of revenue for the fiscal year. Cannabis revenue in San Jose this year is $17 million. It's surpassed card rooms, it's surpassed hotels, and this is based on 16 dispensaries. So that averages to about 1 million per dispensaries. To say that we wouldn't be getting much money anyways, that's completely not factual. The notion that kids at MHS are vaping cannabis is false, because people don't vape cannabis. You don't put cannabis in vape pens or vaporizers. People vape nicotine. The content in the vaping modules are nicotine. Vape pens can be purchased easily anywhere at gas stations, convenience stores, whereas the difference is cannabis would not. If cannabis was permitted, and I know that's not the topic here, but if it was permitted, there would be very strict regulation and enforcements. Next, the cannabis industry is not lobbying for this tax. They're not taking a position on the tax. Would they? Did the hotel lobby? Did the hotel industry lobby the city for an increase in the TOT tax? Did the tobacco industry lobby the state for an increase in the cigarette tax? It doesn't make sense to them. They prefer no taxes. That brings me to my next point. One of the most effective ways to decrease usage of something is to tax it. And we see this in the case of cigarettes. When California increased the cigarette tax not too long ago, tobacco sales dropped dramatically to numbers, I believe, upwards of 50%. Now, we keep hearing that if if we don't vote a certain way, then we'll face repercussions in the election. That's not how democracy works. And this is America. We vote in America. And I respect the democratic process. I think the people should be heard on this issue. If it be the case that most of the people don't want this, then that's going to be reflected in the election results. And maybe I'll be voted out, but that's democracy for you. We can't cave in to fear. And, you know, maybe it's cliche, but, you know, in the worst point in American history, during the Great Depression, Franklin Roosevelt said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. So is fear going to win tonight?
Thank you very much,
I'll yield.
Councilmember Fan. Yes, thank you, thank you. And I do want to echo Councilmember Fan's passion for democracy and freedom here in our great country. And I really support allowing for Milpitas voters from Milpitas to really vote on the issue. And we do know it's a divisive topic. Prop 64 showed a 51-49 vote on cannabis, Prop 64 here in town. And I do want to encourage my colleagues, every single person, to really consider a measure for the residents to decide about businesses here in town. I have already voted. I've already cast my vote. I said no to cannabis businesses here in Milpitas. And I haven't really flip-flopped on anything. I continue to say no. If the vote for cannabis businesses, operations, zoning, licenses, all that came to the council tomorrow, I would vote no. But that's just me. Now, I would support for the residents to vote on it, and I will respect the American people here in Milpitas. But a tax I will not support. Cannabis sales tax I will not support due to tax fatigue. I need to put all my tax support 100% behind the public safety emphasized general sales tax increase slight proposal. And so I have no support again for any further tax measures tonight. But if there is a cheaper measure, one that is written freely in this country, I will look to support that if that's what the council wants to do. Maybe for a later meeting, appropriately agendized and such. But to anybody that's out there watching, my vote on the city council is no, and it will continue to be no for cannabis in Milpitas. But I am your mayor, and I've made my decision many moons ago, and I continue to stand by my vote, which is a no. But for the residents to decide appropriately, that I must put above all here in the United States of America. And I feel confident with this community, my home, folks at home watching that have been reading the articles and my quotes. I know very well that folks are proud of our democracy and the nation that my family immigrated from was a communist country. And we came here for democracy, and so I have to honor really the story of how I am here before you. So with that being said, my final vote as an elected official on cannabis is a no, but if the council wants to discuss a non-tax measure to have residents decide once and for all, I will be open to that. And so next up here, I do see a virtual hand. I'm not, Councilmember Fan, did you leave it up or is that a new hand or? Okay, thank you very much. And next up, Vice Mayor Bob Nunez.
So thank you very much, Mayor. If Ashwini, if you could put up the very last slide. You know, you folks jump around so much in this Brady Bunch thing. It's hard to keep track of all of you. If you can put up the recommendation.
Thank you. I'll look to IT to do that. They control the screen.
I sure hope you weren't talking to me because.
Rochelle or Matthias, can one of you pull up the presentation, please? The last slide.
Can you go back one? Just one. Where was the one that I saw that said the staff recommended that we not do it?
Right here, the bolded text for the 2 cannabis measures, just because of the timeline that it would require, the time it would require.
Okay. So the way I interpreted that was that the staff recommend. Oh, I'm sorry. That the staff recommendation was not so much to defer, just not move, not to take any action. And so I'm really trying to take, and Chris helped me, I'm trying to take what Councilmember Montano said and really say that we're not moving forward with any of these. We're not deferring them, we're just dropping them. So tell me how to say it so that if it has to be a motion or it can just be direction or what to staff.
No, thank you, Vice Mayor Nunez. It can just be direction. I think if there's any split amongst the council, just for clarity, a motion would help. But if we hear which council members are interested and not interested, we might just be able to count the votes. But if you wanted to do a formal, you're more than welcome.
Quick.
Yeah, that's because what I'm hearing is there's agreement among the 5 of us. I know before we lose some of them.
Sorry,
I think there's agreement. That's what I sent. There's agreement. There is a lot of emotion, but there's also agreement that we not move forward on this one at all. And so that's what the direction is, I believe, to staff, and that we are going to move forward on the sales tax.
Yeah,
and
just
they're going to come back with that. But this one we're done with.
Yeah, did.
So, Vice Mayor Nunez, only because we had the formal motion on the last one, it might be prudent just to do the votes if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, let's vote. Fine.
Yeah.
So the motion would be to essentially direct staff to not continue exploring at all a cannabis tax.
That's my motion. That's my motion.
I second that.
Okay, we had a motion by Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, a second by Councilmember Carmen Montano. All in favor, roll call vote to not consider a proposed cannabis sales tax measure here in 2020. Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Councilmember Montano.
To not propose it. So I agree not to propose it, to move forward. So that would be yay.
That's right. And next up, it's Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye. Yay, aye.
Okay. We got that, Chris? Okay. Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The motion is carried, and we will not be pursuing or having any further discussion for the time being for any type of what?
You said for the time being.
Well, yeah, until indefinitely. Yeah, indefinitely, if that's a good word. And for cannabis sales tax measure. So no further discussion indefinitely.
Okay, good.
Yeah, for sure. And we can focus on our priorities here in town. And I appreciate everybody's support. We have to continue to find these margins and these opportunities here in town. And I have in my heart and my mind a belief that there's 1,000 more opportunities like this throughout our Atlanta cornfield. So I want to encourage everybody to get some rest this weekend, enjoy your time off, and when we get back to work, let's go above and beyond for our city, and it'll show from now until the future. So I want to thank everybody that's on the call, my colleagues going down the list here: Steve, Ashwini, Chris, Mary, Pam, Walter, Chief Corpus, Walter, Mr. Erickson, Alex Andrade, Liz Brown, Ned Thomas, Tony, and Renee, and Sharon. It was a great evening, and we really, as a team on the staff side especially, demonstrated our commitment to transparency and democracy. And we certainly made some decisions tonight that will last for years to come, hopefully. So everybody have a great night, and we'll see you next time.
You guys.
Good night. Good night,
Good
everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Stay safe.